Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kinetic by Elizabeth Knox and E.C. Land, narrated by Lori West and Christian Black. Prologue. Charlie.
You look like the prettiest damn girl I've ever seen,
my dad boasts, smiling widely at the bottom of the stairwell. I descend, careful not to fall and trip. If anyone was going to do it, it would be me. I'm not exactly the most graceful. Then again, I broke my bones so much as a kid, CPS was called. There wasn't any foul play, but I know how it looked. Wait, I want to see! Mom comes running out from the kitchen with a bowl and wooden spoon in hand. She's making cookies again, probably the special ones Caden loves so much. She spoils him rotten, and I stopped telling her so a long time ago, though I'm pretty sure he eats a dozen cookies every day. How he's in shape is beyond me. I do a little spin for my mom to get the full effect, and she smiles just as brightly as my father is. My gold sequins glimmer in the light. I'm wearing a pair of nude pumps with my gorgeous dress, and I've been freshly spray-tanned. I'm sure every other girl going to prom has too. It's not like we get loads of light out here. Most of the time it's raining or snowing, but we do get some good days every once in a while. I went to the salon yesterday and lightened my hair a bit, so I have something called a balayage. The top of my hair is lighter and the bottom is darker, which causes my tan skin to pop against the gold shimmer of my dress. I'm wearing a gold cuff bracelet on my left wrist. And I did my makeup the best I ever have today. I might have practiced for a while, but getting a smoky eye to look this good has been quite the feat. You look so... Mom stops speaking and her lip begins to quiver, so Dad wraps an arm around her shoulder and smiles.
You look beautiful, baby. It's a bit surreal for your mother and me. The last thing we remember, you were walking around the house holding your Elmo doll. Now you're, well, quite frankly, you're looking like a supermodel.
Dad... I crane my neck to the side at his comment, and my heart swells 10 times as big. I'm so lucky to be part of this family, and I know it. We may not be rich or anything, but we're rich where it counts, in love.
He's right, you know.
Caden's voice shocks me, and I jump. I was so distracted by my parents I didn't even realize he's been standing on the other side of the storm door. But Caden, man, oh man, he looks great. And you look like a gentleman. Oh, shucks, Mom blurts out, shoving the mixing bowl and wooden spoon in my dad's arms. She throws the door open and grabs onto Caden. I look at my dad and we both have a good laugh. Mom doesn't know, but we make jokes. She loves Caden more than me. She's always so dramatic whenever he's around.
Thanks, Miss Amelia,
Caden says as he hugs her, mouthing, "You look phenomenal," over his shoulder. Heat rushes to my cheeks and I reach the bottom of the stairwell. Now I know I've told you to stop with that Miss Amelia crap. Just call me Mom. You're basically family anyway. Mom smirks as she releases my boyfriend. Mom, can we not make things weird? I groan. She doesn't realize how half the things that come out of her mouth sound. He comes walking over to me with a beautiful white rose corsage. There's baby's breath and some gold-painted flowers, too.
They didn't have any gold flowers, so they made some for us. They look snazzy, right?
Caden grins and I nod, holding my right hand out to him. He opens the box the corsage is in and slides it over my wrist. The moment is perfect. Or at least it's perfect until the flashes start blinding me. I look to my left and both of my parents are taking pictures. Dad's holding the mixing bowl in one hand with his phone out while my mom is taking pictures like she's the freaking paparazzi. Seriously, guys?
What? You can't be mad at us. Not when we're just so happy. Plus, who's gonna show your kids these when you're older? Grammy will. Mom giggles and my dad looks at her, then rolls his eyes. Like I said, she's dramatic when Caden is around. I hope she's right, though. I hope we make it that far, that one day we have kids of our own or maybe even get married. Truth be told, Caden has been in my life for so long, I can't imagine him being out of it. Crap, we better get going before we're late. All right, you two have a blast, but sweetheart, I look over at my dad. Have a great time, and happy birthday. I smile and break away from Caden for a minute so I can go up to my dad and kiss him on the cheek. Once I do, I go back over to Caden and he opens the storm door for us. Remember, I'm staying at Olivia's tonight. Uh-huh, sure you are, Mom teases. I haven't told her where I'm going, but she was a teenager once too. She knows what happens on prom night, just like every other person does. Prom went by quicker than any of us thought it would. We hung out with our best friends for most of the night, and by the end of it, I danced my little heart out. For every bit of it, Caden was right by my side, making it not only a prom I'll remember for the rest of our lives, but a birthday too. He somehow talked the school into allowing a birthday celebration for me at prom. How he did it, I have no idea, but it made everything a bit more special. Caden drove us to prom in his truck, and I packed a small bag with a change of clothes. He put it underneath his seat a few days ago, just in case I forgot, which, of course, I did. I've had so much on my mind as of late that I've been pretty distracted. We're graduating soon, and I was accepted into my dream school, right in New York City. I haven't had the heart to tell Caden yet, but I will soon. He hasn't talked to me about his plans after we graduate, but I'm not worried about it. We talk to each other about everything, so it'll come soon. Caden's driving, and he's heading toward his grandfather's property. It has an old baseball diamond on a hill with the best view of the stars. The only thing I wanted out of tonight was to be alone with him and sleep under the stars. I love astronomy, and part of me is sure that I won't be able to get this same view when I go to school. All I want is to soak it up while I can. You all right? Caden asks me as he pulls down the dirt road that leads to the old baseball field. It's a bumpy ride, but the road isn't too long. After about 4 or 5 minutes, we're finally at the top of the field. Come to find out, there's a canvas tent set up with lanterns set up all around it, even up a small stone path. I look at Caden, and even in the moonlight, I see him smirking at me. You did all of this? I sure did. He grins. When did you do this? I question, not that it really matters. Before I came to pick you up, and the lanterns might look real, but they're LED lights, Caden tells me. He grabs some comforters from the seat behind us, opens his door, and gets out of the truck. I turn and watch him as he puts the comforters down, then comes back to grab some pillows and a couple blankets. He puts them in the bed of the truck, and then comes back to the front of the seat. He hops up beside me and stares right into my eyes. You coming out here or what? I will, in a couple. I pause for a moment and give him a knowing look. Caden and I haven't ever taken things further. Yet. He wanted me to take my time, and I made a promise to myself that I'd wait until I was 18 and make sure whoever took my virginity would be someone I loved. I absolutely adore Caden. He's the man I envision spending the rest of my life with. He's the person I want to give this to. And today is my birthday, so I'm going to do it. I need help getting out of this dress. I give Caden a silent look and wait for him to jump in the truck. He looks right at me like he's unsure. Are you, asking me what I think you are? Yeah. I nod, confirming what he's thinking.
Caden gets in the truck and shuts the door, then rolls the windows down. It's an older truck, so there aren't automatic features like on the newer ones. He takes off his suit jacket and tosses it over the center seat. I turn and show my back to him, silently asking him to untie my back. In complete and utter silence, he pulls at the bow, keeping the front of my dress secured. Slowly but surely, I feel slack, and after a few moments, I'm holding the front of my dress up. Jesus, what am I even doing this for? I want to do the damn thing with Caden, so I'm going to do it. I shimmy out of the dress and turn to face Caden wearing only a nude strapless bra and a pair of matching panties. As I turn around, Caden sucks in a sharp breath. We're not kids anymore. We're finally both 18, and I want this night to be as memorable as possible. Caden, I need you, I tell him, and he scoots closer to me, brings his lips to mine, and I'm in his arms, straddling him in the seat. I can't wait for this to happen.
Chapter 1. Caden. A week ago, I did something I always wanted to do. I went to the recruiting office for the Marines to take the ASVAB test. The same week, I also took Charlie, my girlfriend, to prom and celebrated her birthday. It's our senior year, and we've been together since freshman year. I've known her since we were kids, but only had the balls to ask her out when we got to high school. The upperclassmen were staring at her, and I didn't want to miss my shot. Charlie's beautiful in every way possible. Her dark hair is smooth and silky, running through my fingers as I wrap them in her thick strands. Charlie's lips always draw my attention. Doesn't matter if she's talking, laughing, or even just being quiet. I'm drawn to them, mainly 'cause I love kissing her. The day I asked her out, I knew she was the girl for me. Hell, I probably knew a long time before that. She's always been in my life, and I can't even imagine life without her. My parents have been together for years, high school sweethearts to be exact. Mom followed Dad when he went into the military. They were married before he left for basic. Dad always tells me that he was made for the Marines, which is the branch he'd chosen, and it's why I want to follow in his footsteps. He also told me that when you find the one woman you're meant to be with, you hold on with all your might. There's nothing better worth fighting for than for the one who holds your heart. Sure, their marriage isn't perfect. If that were the case, we'd live in an ideal world. My parents have their arguments, but they have one rule when it comes to these fights. Never go to bed angry. I think because of his job, he really took this seriously. My dad lost several of his brothers in arms while deployed, so he knows how lucky he is. Some of those men had wives and children. Others had either girlfriends or fiancés back home, and none of them were able to go back home and have something as minuscule as a fight with their significant other. I have a lot of respect for my parents and want what they have. It's why I have plans to ask Charlie to marry me. I know she wants to go to college, and I want that for her. But I want her to be mine, to be my wife. I know our future is going to be hard for both of us, but we love each other. And if my parents can make it work, I know Charlie and I can do it too. I've worked hard over the past year between football practice and the garage my dad opened up after retiring from the Marines. I saved every penny I could to get enough to buy the perfect ring. I didn't want to do something cheesy and propose to Charlie with my high school ring. She deserves more than that, though she wears it now around her neck on a necklace I gave her as well. It's a chain necklace she used to trail along my chest when I had it on. Now I trail my fingers along the chain as it rests against her chest. The phone rings in the shop, drawing me from my thoughts. I finish pulling the oil filter from under the car I'm working on. "Caden!" my dad calls out over the sound of air tools being used and music playing in the background. "Yeah," I respond, sliding out from underneath the car. "Phone call," he says and heads back into his office. I don't have to say I'll be right there for him to know I'm coming. I don't get phone calls at the shop very often, and this is one call I've been waiting on. I gave the recruiting office my parents' home phone number and the garage number because I don't keep my cell phone on me when I'm at the garage. Don't really feel like getting grease all over my phone. I get to my feet and grab a rag from the tool cabinet. Each bay has its own, but mine is specially set up for me. When I'm not working on the cars, I'm working on the bike. Dad and I restored a beautiful 1984 Harley-Davidson FXWG 1340 Wide Glide. Walking with purpose, I make my way to the reception area, bypass it, and head to my dad's office, where it's quieter. Dad hands me the phone when I close the door and step closer to his desk. "Hello?" I say, putting the phone to my ear. "Caden Kelly?" The male voice comes through the line. "Yeah, this is Caden Kelly," I respond. "This is Staff Sergeant Michaels," Michaels says, introducing himself to me, but I remember who he is. He's the man from the recruiting office that I spoke with before taking my ASVAB test. "What can I do for you, Staff Sergeant?" I ask. "Was calling because your results came back, and you've scored high test results. We would like for you to come in and talk to us about your options with joining the Marines," he informs me. "Is there any way you can tell me over the phone?" Michaels has my curiosity piquing. "This isn't a conversation for over the phone," he states. "Okay. I can be there in 30 minutes, if that works for you." "Works for me," Michaels agrees and disconnects. Hanging the phone up, I meet my dad's gaze. "They want to talk to me," I mutter. "Want me to come with you?" he offers. Shaking my head, I grin. "Not a little kid, Dad. I'm 18. I don't need you to hold my hand anymore. Besides, if this is my chance to go into the Marines, I gotta do this myself." Nodding, he grins as well. "Proud of you, son. Call me after you leave and tell me what they say. You going out with Charlie tonight?" "Yeah, I gotta tell my girl." "Have fun." Dad chuckles, knowing I'm excited as hell. Leaving his office with a wave of my hand, I go to the break room, wash up, take off my coveralls, and grab the keys to my truck. I'd take my bike, but not this time. I'm hoping after I find out and after I pick up Charlie and take her to our spot, I'll be showing her how much I love her. I'm waiting until after graduation to ask her the one question that's constantly on the tip of my tongue. I swear one day soon, I'm gonna marry that girl, and nothing will stop me.
Chapter 2. Charlie. "Esther, what are you doing here?" I question as I walk in through the front door.
"Stirring up trouble with your mom, of course. What else would I be doing?"
Esther cackles back in my direction, causing me to smile.
"Don't let them fool you. They're planning ways to take over the world,"
Dad hollers from the kitchen. Esther's expression shifts to one of shock, and she looks down the hallway like she thinks Dad is going to look right at her. I'm sure he's too busy putting groceries away, cleaning the counter, or organizing the pantry.
"You'd best make sure to stay on our good side, then. No telling where we'll put you to work, especially with your attitude,"
Esther yells down the hallway. Mom bursts out into laughter, and I head down the hall to see if we have any new mail in the holder. Dad always checks it every day at 1:30, and I've been waiting on some letters. I was waitlisted at a few of my top schools and received notification that they had spots open up not too long ago. If I'm lucky, I'll get an acceptance letter from one and can follow my dreams and head to New York City.
"You had a couple things come in for you today,"
Dad states while he's wiping a microfiber cloth against the counter. "I did?" I ask, almost flabbergasted at his words.
Go look,"
he tells me. I head over to the small nook where we have our family computer and check out the mail slot. Peeling through the obvious household bills, I find 5 letters addressed to me. 5? 2 are from the same college. How weird. I suck in a deep breath and rake my acrylic nails against the envelope, debating whether I want to open them now or wait until I see Caden. We're supposed to go out for dinner tonight for a date night, but would it be wrong for me to share this with him? I mean, I think we're both in a bit of denial. He keeps telling me to chase my dreams, and I haven't even told him I want to go to New York. Maybe it's because I'm scared, but I'm not sure yet. I love Caden, and the last thing I want to do is make him upset. I know telling him I want to leave will only do it. He's always been a country guy, and I doubt he'd be happy in the city. Actually, I know he wouldn't. One time I had him drive me to downtown Portland, and he bitched the whole time about the traffic, said cities were the stupidest things.
You gonna open 'em up now, or what?
Dad asks with an accusatory glare. I don't know. I shrug, still not sure what I should do.
Well, tell me what's bothering you, Pumpkin, and I can try to help.
Dad offers with a smile, and I figure it can't hurt. Should I open these with Caden, or not? I mean, I think I should, but I'm not sure. I don't know if he'll get upset or be happy for me. Immediately, Dad's smile turns sour.
Why would he get upset? College has always been your dream.
I shrug again. I don't know. It seems a bit hard to explain, I guess.
Well, you'd better try, or else my opinion of Caden Kelly is going to go straight down the shitter.
Dad! He rolls his eyes.
Come on now, kiddo, you gotta tell me something.
I don't know, I'm just being emotional about it is all. Caden and me, I think I'm afraid of what's coming after graduation. If all of these rejections are sorry you missed out stuff, then whatever. But if any of these in New York are acceptance packets, Dad, I think it'll break his heart. I don't see him following me to the big city. Dad stops wiping the counter, crosses his arms, and looks right at me. He's quiet for a few moments, but once he finally speaks, I know whatever's going to come out of his mouth is going to be damn important.
I know this isn't what you want to hear, so prepare yourself. Sometimes in life we have to make choices that might not always please other people. But at the end of the day, you have to live with yourself. You have to put yourself first, little girl. I think Caden is a good kid, but don't hate me for saying this. He might not be your forever, you know? Don't miss the chances you could take, 'cause when you're older, you won't get a redo.
Crap. Here he is with the smart stuff I knew he'd end up saying. I know he isn't wrong, but these are the truths I didn't really want to hear right now. A knock comes to the door, and Mom hollers back. Charlie, Caden is here. You two better get going before it starts raining too hard. Otherwise, it'll look like a wet t-shirt contest out there. Esther cackles and then adds, I'm sure you'd like that, wouldn't you, Caden? My eyes widen, and I feel the rush of heat flush straight to my cheeks. Goodness gracious, and these two go to church every Sunday like their lives depend on it.
She is a terrible influence on your mother.
Dad groans with a chuckle. Was Mom innocent before you two moved into the neighborhood? I ask, a little bit curious. Dad smirks like the Cheshire Cat.
Your mother married me, baby, so what do you think?
An evil glint crosses his eyes, and he laughs. Ew, Dad! I groan before going up the hall with the letters in hand. Caden smiles the moment his eyes land on mine, and I smirk back.
You ready to go get some grub?
Caden asks as he eyes the letters in my hand. I'm starved, so heck yeah, we're going to get wings, right?
Whatever you want.
Chapter 3. Caden. Finding out Charlie got her college acceptance letters does something to my gut I don't understand. I don't want to fight about this with her right now, but I know we'll have to talk about it eventually. This isn't something that can be avoided. We're adults now, and we're going to have adult conversations. At the recruiting office, I found out I qualified to join a special unit within the Marines. I didn't tell Charlie about the unit. I couldn't. I signed the papers and leave 2 weeks after graduation for basic. Once finished with basic, I go straight to my team wherever they pick me to be stationed. Last night, Charlie and I talked about this, and I'm trying my damnedest to be happy for her, to not let her see that I don't want her to go to New York City. It's all the way on the other side of the country. Yeah, there's a chance I get stationed on the East Coast, but still, New York is a big city, and anything could happen. It's on the news all the time how something happens to women in big cities. Something happening to my girl scares the daylights out of me. We have a few more weeks before I leave, and we graduate in a few more days. For the time being, I don't want to worry about anything else but spending as much time with Charlie as I can. However, deep down, I know if Charlie goes to New York for school, I'll be her #1 supporter. I'll support her the same way I know she'll support me. We can get through this. It's just a few years, right? Sighing, I look up at the ceiling in my room, hands behind my head. I try to think about anything else but what's going to happen soon. I wanted to pop the question to Charlie so many times already. I about let it slip last night, but I'm waiting until after graduation. A knock on my door has me looking at it. "Yeah," I call out. The door opens, and my friend Tyler reveals himself. He and I have played every sport there is together. In fact, we pretty much do everything together when I'm not with Charlie. "What's up?" I ask, sitting up on my bed. I turn and place my feet on the floor. "Did you hear?" he asks. "Hear what?" I furrow my brows. Was there something important I should have heard? "Miria is having a graduation after-party, and we're all invited," he announces, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. No shit. Miria has a huge-ass house out in the boonies. The cops coming out there and ruining our fun would be slim to none. Yeah, the best part is that her parents are leaving right after graduation for some business trip over in Ireland or someplace like that. Means we won't have adult supervision for us younger folk. Tyler throws his hands in the air and makes a booming sound with his mouth. Hell yeah. Parties at Miria's are awesome. Even better when her parents aren't there. Granted, they don't care. They only have one stipulation. You drink, you give up the keys. No one's ever had a problem with this, and it's held throughout all of high school. I remember Miria telling Charlie one time how her parents know that there's always going to be underage drinking going on. The only thing is, they're not like the other parents. They want to keep the kids in a safe place, then so be it. Tyler and I talk about random shit and end up heading outside to throw a football around in the backyard. Charlie's supposed to come over after she leaves work. She's been working at this little boutique since freshman year. On days her mom couldn't get her to work before Charlie got her license, my mom would help out and take her. It made it easier for me to see her, even when we didn't have classes together and we were both keeping busy with work, too. I'd always ride with my mom, so I could see Charlie when we got off. Maybe later, the two of us can talk about college and shit like that. Mainly, I guess I need to let her know I'm not going to stand in her way of going to whatever school she picks. But I also want her to know we'll make it through the next 4 or so years as long as we're both on the same page. Sure, I know what I want when it comes to us. I want it all. But I also want her to be happy. I'm not blind to the fact this will be difficult for us both. She's going to go to college, I'll be in the Marines, and we'll be hundreds, if not thousands of miles apart. But there are ways for us to talk, and I'll have times where I can go on leave to go see her. Or even maybe when she's got a break from school, like spring break or some shit like that, she can come see me. I'm determined to make this work with Charlie, because she is everything to me. Tyler and I are still throwing the football, laughing and talking when the side gate opens, and there she is. Charlie. Hey, babe, I say, throwing the ball back to Tyler. Hey, she says, closing the wooden gate. What are you guys doing? Nothing. Did you hear Miria's having a grad after party? I ask her. Yeah, she smiles brightly. I already talked to Mom. She said she didn't care if I went as long as I had dinner with her before going. She's making those special cookies you like. Well, you know I'll be there, I chuckle. Charlie's mom knows I have a thing for sweets, and she makes the best cookies. Snickerdoodle, chocolate chip, thumbprint, you name it, she makes it. Great. And you want to go with me to the party after? She giggles, moving closer to me. I catch the ball and turn back to her as Tyler fake gags. You two need to get a room. Don't mind if we do, I say, tossing the football back to him and rush to Charlie, tackling her to the ground gently so I don't hurt her. She laughs until I press my lips to hers. Then she's kissing me back, and all the thoughts that have been filling my head vanish. That's the effect Charlie has on me.
Chapter 4. Charlie. We're graduating today. Holy shit. I swallow hard as the reality truly sinks in. Goosebumps rise, and I struggle with the fact everything will be changing tomorrow. We'll no longer be high schoolers anymore. We'll be college students, adults in a sense. I mean, we're both 18, so we're technically already adults. Things will just be more real. God, this is overwhelming.
You okay, babe?
Caden asks as he wraps an arm around me. We're at the old baseball field on his granddaddy's property, sitting on the tailgate of his truck, looking out at the amazing view. We can see the pond from where we're parked, and no one is here for miles. Why would they be, though? The old man owns at least 40 acres. I nod and offer a soft smile. Yeah, just thinking about today.
You seem sad,
he tells me. Caden isn't wrong, and this is one of the reasons I love and hate him at the same time. For the most part, he's always able to pick up on my moods. Some days it can be great, whereas there are times when I want to keep my thoughts to myself, especially when they're not the best ones. Not sad, just heavy. Like my mind is heavy. So much is changing, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. Caden lifts a brow and scans my face. I don't know what he's looking for, but I'm sure he's wondering how I, the one who's ready to tackle any challenge, can be unsure. Caden smiles widely and rubs his hand against my leg, silently attempting to soothe me.
If you ask me, you don't need to be thinking about anything right now.
I glance over at him and raise both my brows. You realize we graduate in 2 hours. When else should these thoughts come pouring in, Caden? Naturally, he shrugs.
I don't know. Some other time?
Ugh, I'd kill to have your outlook on life. I groan, falling back on the bed and staring up at the rarely sunny sky.
You act like I'm all positive and shit.
Aren't you, though? I counter, looking right at him.
Not as much as you might think,
Caden comments almost instantly. For some reason, the way he speaks makes my stomach tighten, but I do my best to push those nervous feelings down. I release a deep sigh, and Caden scoots off the bed of the truck, grabs onto my legs, and pulls me down. He does it so quickly I squeal from shock. Caden! He looks up over the fabric of my white dress, the exact dress color all the girls are required to wear today, and smirks.
What? I'm gonna take your mind off all that running around in your head, so just deal with it.
He continues to pull my legs until I'm kinda hanging off the tailgate. Caden lifts my dress and pulls down my panties, snickering to himself. I'm sure he's laughing because they're bright red. I wanted to wear something sexy for the party tonight. Red's his favorite color, so I knew he'd like these. I just didn't expect he'd get to see them so soon. Caden unbuttons his shirt, tosses it on the tall grass, and yanks his tie off. Surprisingly, he hands it to me and licks his lips before he speaks.
Tie that around your eyes.
My eyes widen at his words, thinking he's messing with me. Caden and I haven't done anything kinky like this before. Nothing risque, I guess. We've fucked in closets, laundry rooms, and in the bed of this truck more times than I can count. But this is something else entirely. I do as he requests and tie it around my eyes, not tightly enough to mess up my makeup, but enough to shield my eyes from the sun. I sense his fingers running along my inner thighs, and he grazes them until he's on my outer lips. Caden sucks in a sharp breath, and I'm sure he's looking right at my pussy. He loves to ogle me like I'm a piece of art. When we first got together, it freaked me out, but now I love it. He wraps his arms under my thighs and pulls me closer. My ass is hanging off the tailgate, and I'm sure he's kneeling on the grass. His lips cover my pussy in no time, and he makes quick work of his tongue. Caden's using his hands to spread my lips so I'm easily accessible to him, and I gnaw on my bottom lip. His tongue feels so good, and I find myself wanting to rock my hips against his mouth. He teases my clit first until shockwaves course through my body. Then he pulls away and slides his tongue into my hole, fucking me with it. I won't say I like his tongue more than his dick, but it's a close second. Caden. I murmur his name lightly as heat spreads across every limb, showing me what'll happen soon enough. He's amazing when it comes to my body, always knowing what buttons to press and for how long. I swallow hard, and he's pulling his tongue out of my entrance. He puckers his lips over my clit and sucks hard, flicking the hardened nub with his tongue, and slides 3 fingers inside me. Instead of going easy, he wastes no time. I'm wet and prepared for him, and he's ready to make me scream his name. He rams his fingers into my pussy until my entire body feels like I'm on fire. Caden chuckles, and I know he recognizes what's about to happen. The light hum of his laugh is all I need before I'm releasing against his mouth. He gulps down and keeps playing with my clit and fucking me, but it's sensory overload. Caden! I moan out his name, and he finally stops what he's doing. Caden pulls his fingers from my pussy and his mouth from my clit. I keep the tie around my eyes, and the snap of his belt coming undone makes my nipples harden. Goodness, what is he about to do? He grabs me by the legs and flips me around so my torso is hanging off the bed of the truck, but only slightly. All I feel is warmth, intense heat, and then I feel it grazing my cheek. I bring my hands down and take his cock, lining it up to my mouth. I love giving head, and I mean I love it. Caden steps forward, going further down my throat, and I breathe in and out of my nose. Luckily, my gag reflex isn't too bad. I've had a lot of practice with Caden, and we've perfected our routine by now. Wrapping my hands around his backside, I cup his ass cheeks as I bob my mouth around his cock. I suck as I do it, causing him to hiss. I know it's the quickest way to make him come. And I don't even know what time it is. Fuck, baby. Shit. He curses, giving me the only indication I need to know he's loving this. I take one hand and fondle his balls, applying the slightest pressure, and he hisses. Caden decides to go rogue and ends up thrusting, giving him the push he needs to get closer. The pungent taste of pre-cum coats my tongue, and I suck harder, ready to take his seed in my mouth. I hum around his cock while he's thrusting, and he halts, pausing. I know what he's doing. He doesn't want to come just yet. I take matters into my own hands and give him the greatest head I ever have, until he's shooting his cum down my throat. He curses and groans. Actually, he practically roars with his release. Caden pulls himself out of my mouth and takes the blindfold off from around my eyes. He snickers and I swallow, then lick my lips. You can consider that a preface for what's coming later tonight. I wink.
Chapter 5. Caden. Mireille's party is in full swing when I pull my truck into the driveway. The bed of the truck holds everything Charlie and I will need for later. We talked about the party and how it would be a madhouse with everyone there getting drunk off their asses, so we made plans. I promised Charlie if she wanted to drink to go for it, and I'll stay sober. This way, I can drive her home. Charlie has other plans, though. She asked if we could sleep under the stars tonight. Since I leave for basic in 2 weeks and she won't be able to see me for months, I wasn't going to deny this request. I had no problem with this. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. You ready to have some fun? I ask, putting the truck in park and turning the key to shut the engine off. You bet. I'm excited to finally be finished with high school, and in August, I go to New York for school. It's going to be amazing, Charlie says, smiling from ear to ear. I keep my disappointment buried about her going to school so far away. It's only school. Besides, soon I'm going to ask her to marry me, but not tonight. Tonight is about us celebrating the fact we're closing a huge chapter of our lives. Darcy, the valedictorian of our class, spoke about how our lives are all going to change, that we're still learning who we're supposed to be. She went on to say as we close one chapter in our lives, another one opens. I think she's right. This has been our lives for years now, and it's time we all start finding ourselves out in the real world without our parents' help. Sure, for me, I know what I want, what I'm willing to sacrifice, and I also know that I fight for what I want. Come on, let's get in there. The sooner we do, the sooner I get you all to myself. I chuckle, shaking away thoughts of anything else but tonight. For the next 2 weeks, I intend to make the best of them with Charlie. I got Dad to let me have the weeks off from work and convinced Charlie to take them off as well. This will give us even more time to spend together. It doesn't matter to me if we do anything else but fuck the entire time. I plan to memorize her body to get me through the next several months. I open my door and hop out of the driver's side. My truck is old and has a bench seat, so Charlie slides across, and I catch her as she jumps from the seat, launching herself at me. The two of us laugh while I close the door and spin her around in my arms. I love you, babe, I murmur and press my lips to hers. Love you too, Caden. So much, she whispers against my lips. Charlie pulls away, grabs my hand, and the two of us walk up to the house. Mireille lives in a 5-bedroom home that sits on acres, nothing but trees surrounding it. Her dad's an architect and designed their house to the vision he had for them. Floor-to-ceiling windows were slightly tinted. The rest of the house is made from logs. There's an in-ground pool in the back with a diving board off to the deep end. Tonight, Charlie and I round the side of the house leading to the backyard, where the music is thumping from the speakers. Crazy Bitch by Buck Cherry is playing while I take in the scene. I spot Tyler right away with 2 girls from our class. They're both wrapped around him like he's a pole for them to climb. Jesus, I'm glad I've got Charlie. Now, I'm not hating on a player who plays the game, but I've never been into being a playboy. I'll take my one woman, and she can climb me anytime. Shaking my head, I let Charlie's hand go and someone calls my name. She goes to get herself a drink while I look in the direction to find Cody waving me over. Hey man, what's up? I turn to stand next to him, but still am able to see Charlie. Was wondering when you were heading out for basic, Cody mutters. In 2 weeks. Why? I enlisted. I head out at the same time. No shit. I grin. Yep, getting the hell out of here and away from that bitch of a gold-digging stepmother, Cody says. His mom took off leaving his dad when we were in middle school. Then 2 years ago, his dad married a woman who's only 10 years older than us. The thing about living in our town is everyone knows everything about everyone. Cody and I are talking about random shit when I notice Mario stumble into Charlie. He nearly knocks her over. What the hell? I start in the direction of them, Cody right behind me. My gaze narrows when Mario wraps an arm around Charlie and tries to pull her in for a kiss. Oh, hell fucking no. I pick up my pace and make it to them right as Charlie knees Mario in the balls. Good girl. You whore, Mario sneers. Fucking cunt. Reaching out, I grab Mario by the shirt, spin him around, and slam my closed fist into his face. Mario falls to his ass from the force I hit him with. He cups his nose and screams in pain. "What the fuck, dude?" He snarls in my direction. He removes his hand slightly, and blood begins to come out of his nose. "You know Charlie's my girl, asshole." I snarl and pull Charlie into my arms. "Are you okay?" I ask her. "Yeah, but I think I've had enough of this party," she murmurs. "We'll go," I say, nodding my acknowledgement. With my arm around Charlie's shoulders, I guide her out to the truck. I help her climb in on the driver's side. She slides over, and I hop in. I pull the key from my pocket and place it in the ignition. I back the truck up and turn around. Charlie curls into me, and I wrap an arm around her as I keep one hand on the steering wheel and head in the direction of our spot. I won't let what just happened ruin our night. Not when I can take Charlie's mind off what Mario tried to do to her.
Chapter 6. Charlie. I hate all men. Well, everyone except Caden and my dad. The rest of them are nothing but dirty dogs. I'm sitting here in my bedroom staring down at a small white stick. Hell, I'm doing something I never thought I would be, and I'm terrified my entire future could be in ruins. It's been a week since Caden and I graduated, and I've felt like complete crap. I've been super sick in the mornings, and Mom came up to me today with a bag in her hand. It was filled with ginger lozenges to help with the nausea, and a box of pregnancy tests. I asked her if we could head to my room, so we didn't have to have the conversation around my dad, and here we are. I just peed on the stick, and now I'm supposed to wait 5 minutes, but it feels like the longest 5 minutes of my life. I'm surprised you didn't deny it and make me feel like a senile old woman. I roll my eyes at her words. First of all, you're not old, and secondly, I'm not ashamed of what I've done. You did it back in the day, too. I'm sure you did. Mom and Dad have always made me understand that people can live their lives differently, but never to feel guilty about living mine in a certain way. Now, I didn't go up and tell my mom the first time I had sex, but I never wanted to. It wasn't something on my list of things to do. And honestly, it would be a bit awkward. I'm not one of those kids who are friends with their parents. Mine respect my life, as I do to theirs, but we're not buddy-buddy. Some kids in our graduating class smoke weed with their parents or drink with them, and I think that's too far. It's different if you're 21 and at dinner together sharing a glass of wine. Still, these kids were finishing bottles of vodka. You're right, I did, Mom confirms, and I glance down for a second to see if there's a reading yet. Sure enough, 2 deep pink lines are staring back at me, and I'm a bit shocked. I mean, I knew it could be possible, but I never thought it would happen. I've been taking birth control pills for 2 years now. I got them because of bad cramping, plus I never knew when Caden and I were going to take the plunge. But now I'm in so deep. What does it say? Mom asks. I flip the pregnancy test over so she can see it. Her eyes widen, but only momentarily. She nods, clears her throat, and looks right at me. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. I hope you know that. Whatever you both want to do. Both? I question her, narrowing my eyes. You and Caden? I don't know why I do it, but I blurt out an insane lie. I slept with someone else. It might not be his. Mom narrows her eyes at me, trying not to judge, but she is. I don't even know why I told her this. Is it because I need to take my time to figure out what I want to do first before I even tell him? God, I have no fucking idea. Don't you lie to me, Charlie. Inhaling through my nose, I nod. Okay, sorry. Please don't tell him anything until I make up my mind.
All right, but you'd better tell him sooner rather than later.
I love my mom, but man, I wish I didn't have to hear her lecture me right now.
You both start the rest of your lives very shortly, and you'll need to prepare for what's coming.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I need to go, I tell her as I start to walk past her.
Oh, wait, take some of these. They were a miracle when I was pregnant with you.
She hands me the bag of ginger lozenges, and I do as she requests. Clasping them in my hands, I walk out of my bedroom and head down the stairs. Before I know it, I'm in my car and am driving up to Caden's dad's house. The drive goes by quickly, but I'd put money on the fact it's because I'm as nervous as can be. I don't know whether to tell him outright, lie, or do something else. My hope is that when I see him face to face, something will happen, and I'll know exactly what I need to do. I park the car in his driveway and walk up to the front door. Rapping my knuckles against the storm door, Caden's dad calls for me from the kitchen.
Charlie, if that's you, come on in. Caden's out back finishing up some work on the truck. He'll be in soon, though.
Most people would find it weird, but I usually come by around this time every couple of days. Okay, I holler back at his dad and walk right in. Their dog, Theo, a bright white golden retriever, comes up to greet me, and I give him some head scratches. I make my way into the kitchen, and Theo walks alongside me. Caden's dad is at the kitchen table sipping on some coffee, so I take the seat across from him, and Theo rubs his head against my knee.
Aw, Theo, leave the poor girl alone. Not everyone is here to love up on you.
Caden's dad chastises the dog. Theo has to be about 10 now, an old man in dog years. I smile and continue scratching him. It's okay. Theo just loves me as much as I love him. Isn't that right, buddy? If a dog could smile, it would be Theo. The back door slams shut, and soon enough, Caden is walking through. Oil and grime are all over his hands, so he heads over to the kitchen sink and washes up.
Hey, I'm glad you came over. I need to talk to you about something.
Caden starts off. Little does he know I need to talk to him too. As much as I didn't want to tell him at first, I know it's better if I do. I'm not the type to abort. I never have been. But this whole college thing with a baby is going to be challenging, and I'll need him by my side. I have to go to college if I'm going to get anywhere in life. It's simply something I need to do. Caden hasn't told me where he's going yet, so I'm sure it means he isn't going anywhere, which means he should be able to go with me to school. I mean, I got accepted to my dream school with a full ride. Who does that happen to? It would be stupid for me to turn it down, and I know he'll see I'm right. I don't think he'll like the big city, but it's a temporary thing. We both have to make sacrifices if our relationship is going to last. I have to tell him about college, the full-ride scholarship, and the baby. Oh boy, that's a whole lot. Cool, I have something I need to tell you, too, I say while he wipes his hands on a tea towel.
Oh, okay.
Want to go outside? I suggest. It's really nice out today.
Sure,
he says as I stand. I follow Caden and we walk out under the old pine tree where the picnic table is. He takes a seat and I sit directly beside him.
So, what is it you wanted to tell me?
He asks. I got accepted to a school in New York, and they're giving me a full ride. Like, I won't have to pay a dime, Caden. He smiles brightly, and I assume he's proud of me. He nods and grabs onto my hand, rubbing it in a soothing manner.
That's fucking amazing, baby. I'm so proud of you.
My smile falls from my face, and an unsettling feeling washes over me. Is that all you have to say? Why aren't you asking when we move, what school it is, or anything like that? Caden sucks in a deep breath and looks right at me.
'Cause this is something you have to do on your own. We can meet up when you're on break and all that, but I can't go with you.
I feel like I've been stabbed through the heart. I'm sorry. What?
I was going to tell you sooner, but I enlisted in the Marines and I ship out for basics soon.
He says like it isn't a big deal. Immediately, I'm on my feet, stumbling backward, and the only thing I can think about is how he's going to die. He's going to leave me to do all of this alone. But that's not even the worst part about this. Caden didn't even talk to me about enlisting. Not once. So I do the only thing I can. I run.
Chapter 7. Caden. Standing on the sidewalk, I wait for Charlie to show up. My nerves are unsettled, but it doesn't matter, I guess. We talked once on the phone after she ran off from my house, and she said she'd be here. I'm anxious to see her one last time before I head out to basic training. It's going to be a bit before I see her again, and I want to ask her the one question I've wanted to ask her since the day I knew I loved her. I always knew I'd join the Marines when I graduated high school. It was a given with absolutely no doubt about it. I'd follow in my old man's footsteps. He was my idol growing up. Still is, if I'm being honest. I grew up a military brat, and I wouldn't have it any other way. My mom was proud to stand by her husband's side. Every morning she would get up with him to see him off. You never know when your last day on this earth will be. Don't let a moment go to waste, she always says. Thankfully, my parents knew what was ahead of me and what I had full intentions of doing. They didn't stay and hover around me while I waited for Charlie to get here. You're a man now, boy. Proud of you for going for what you want, my old man said before they left. I couldn't have asked for better parents. Growing up, seeing the love they had for each other, I knew Charlie was the one for me. The way she made me feel, hell, the way she'd look at me in return. Glancing around me, I stick my hands in my pockets as I rock back and forth on my feet, more than nervous now. The ring I picked for her laying in my pocket, ready to slide on her finger the moment I ask her to be mine. As time grows closer for me to get on the bus, I begin to think she's not going to show. I told her last night to meet me here at noon. Now it's nearly 1 and the bus is already here. Grabbing my duffel bag, I sling it over my shoulder, knowing I have no choice but to get on the bus. Just sucks to have to do it before I see my girl one last time. Caden! Hearing her sweet voice, I tilt my head in her direction and grin as she rushes toward me. I don't pay attention to the tears welling in her eyes, nor the fact her car is parked haphazardly. Without dropping my bag on the ground, I swing her up into my arms while lowering my mouth to hers. Fuck, baby cakes. I thought you weren't gonna show, I murmur, breaking the kiss and pressing my forehead to hers. I almost didn't, she states, her voice cracking. What do you mean by that? I ask quietly, not wanting anyone else to hear our conversation. I'm sorry, Caden. I can't do this. I can't be the girl who sits at home and waits for you to come back or for the call that you're dead. I have plans, my own dreams, and I can't stand by while you're hundreds, if not thousands of miles away, Charlie murmurs, tears spilling down her cheeks. Charlie, I mutter her name in protest. I'm ready to tell her we can work it out, that I don't want her to sit at home, and how I want her to follow her dreams. I'd make it work for her. Fuck, I'll do anything for this woman. No, Caden, don't say anything. It's done. We can't do this. I know what'll happen. We'll smooth things over like we always do, and I'll slowly begin to resent you. And God, I don't want that, Caden. I don't want to resent you. I'd rather miss you every day and know you're off living your life and I'm living mine, Charlie declares as she pulls out of my arms. Charlie, look at me, I demand, feeling her words circle in my head on repeat. Shaking her head, Charlie continues to step backward. This is a mistake, baby cakes. If you do this, there's no turning back, I stress to her, wishing she would meet my gaze. She shakes her head back and forth, wiping away the tears streaming down her cheeks. It's done, Caden. I'm not going to change my mind. I can't. I'm so sorry, but I can't. I love you so much, but I can't do this. And I hope one day you can forgive me. Charlie turns on her heels and rushes back to her car. Closing my eyes, I lower my head as I ball my hands into fists, clenching them at my side. She'll regret this decision, and when she does, it'll be like I said. No turning back. I won't risk what she's done to me. Not ever again. Time to go, Kelly, my recruiter calls out. Nodding, I open my eyes and turn toward him and the rest of the guys all loading up. Yeah, time to go, I mutter. Time to focus on what I have going for me. For my future, even if it's one without Charlie. She's made her bed. It's her burden to bear, not mine.
Chapter 8. Charlie. Present day. Mom, how long are we going to be here? Vivi, my 11-year-old daughter, asks. It's more of a whine, and I can't blame her in the least bit for being upset. I've just ripped her... No, I ripped us from our home in upstate New York. I took her away from her friends, her school, her soccer team, and the man she knew as her father. In all actuality, he was her stepfather, and he was a shitty one at that. I think Mark might have shown up to one of her school plays, and maybe he took her to one daddy-daughter dance. It was never a shock, considering he was too busy working to really make time for either of us. Well, working and ramming his cock into Jessica, his personal assistant. Now I'm back here taking care of my mother after she just had a double hip replacement yesterday. Fortunately for us, we have a home health nurse coming in a few times a day to assist, and honestly, I wouldn't be able to take care of her by myself. I still have to work remotely from my laptop, and these 8 hours of work have to be crammed in somehow. Ugh, imagine the horror running through my veins after I had to explain to my boss why I needed to go remote. She wasn't going to grant remote access to me, said there were a few people ahead of me, how everyone wants to be working from home, blah, blah, blah. But when I told her the reality was that I either went remote or handed in my resignation that day because I was leaving my sleazebag of a husband and moving across the country, well, she gave me the access. Hell, it would have been so dumb of her to not give it to me. I'm one of her best marketing analysts, if not the best. Mom, Vivi whines again, pulling me out of my own head. Sweetie, it's like I said. We'll be living with Nana for a while. She's going to need our help until her hip heals, and... How do I break it to an 11-year-old that we're not going back to the home she knew? Fuck. This is the worst part about being a parent, letting your kid down. You never know. We might like it out here. I plaster on a big smile, not having the courage to tell her I filed for divorce from Mark yesterday. Vivi nods once and goes back into her bedroom, equipped with almost everything I could fill in another suitcase. Most of our belongings are back in New York, and I doubt Mark will let us get them or even ship them out. He's a dick like that. When Vivi was 5, she came to me in our apartment and asked me why she didn't have a daddy like the other girls in her class. At 5 years old, she tore my heart in half, stomped on it, lit it on fire, and then threw it down a garbage disposal. I didn't have time to date. I'd just finished college, had an internship at a marketing firm, and was working as a waitress on the weekends. I barely had time to breathe, so when in the fucking world was I supposed to date? Then I met him, Mark. He was my supervisor because, of course, every story starts off like this. He charmed me at my internship, made me laugh, shared a few short conversations with me in the hallway. Eventually, I was offered a job at the firm, and here I am 7 years later, still working for the same company. But because Mark and I had a romantic relationship, I was transferred to the e-commerce marketing department. The kicker here is that the head of the department I was transferred to is his sister, so she really loved it when I told her I was leaving my asshole of a husband. Now here I am. My 30th birthday is in a week, and I'm a single mom, back living with her mother in the home she grew up in, sleeping in the bed she had when she was a child on top of it all. Falling back on the rock-hard mattress, I stare up at the poster of the Backstreet Boys hanging on my ceiling. God, how I wish I could go back to the days where I thought Brian Luttrell would really be my husband. How amazing life would have been if that ended up happening. Closing my eyes, I breathe in and out slowly, calming myself down. Since being here, I've had small panic attacks, terrified I'm making a horrible decision, that I might be fucking up my daughter's life. I could give a rat's ass about my own, but she's the most important thing in the world to me. Was I warranted in taking her away from everything she's ever known? Just because a man acted like a dog and did me dirty? Is that reason enough? I'm unsure if I'll ever know. The only thing getting me through this is the fact I want to show Vivi that you don't allow men to treat you like that. Not ever. Out of nowhere, the doorbell rings, causing me to practically piss myself. I sit up on the bed, put my hands on the mattress, and huff as I get to my feet. Walking down the stairs as leisurely as possible, I figure whoever it is can wait, if they came over unannounced. The doorbell goes off again, and now I'm getting irritated. Who comes over to someone's house unannounced and rings the doorbell twice in that short of a time period? "I'm coming!" I holler from the bottom of the stairs. Placing my hand on the door, I tug it open, and the man I see before me is one I left behind a very long time ago. 12 years ago, to be exact. I knew him as Caden, but the word on the street is he goes by Kinetic these days.
Chapter 9. Kinetic. After getting back from a week-long run, the only thing I have in my mind right now is getting a beer, sitting with my brothers, probably shooting some pool with Bone, and finding one of the fire crotches to sink my dick into for the night. Once I do that, I'll pass out with my dog Coda on the end of the bed. A lot of clubs will refer to the ladies that live with him as club whores, but we don't like calling them that. Fire crotches seem to suit him better. Since Coda's a grouch in his old age, he doesn't let anyone sleep in the bed other than me. It's why none of the fire crotches ever come in my room and try to snuggle up with me under the covers. He'll tear into one of them. That's his territory, and he doesn't share. Well, besides with me. Fucking love that dog. Being a German Shepherd at nearly 90 pounds, he's a brute and hogs the damn bed. I'm not about to complain. Between him and my brothers, they're all I need. Coda stays here at the club when I'm out on a run, but normally he's at my house. A house I still don't know why I fucking bought in the first place. Probably because it reminds me of her. Charlie. The woman who fucking crushed my heart and left me the day I left for basic. We'd had dreams of buying a house like the one I did. 2-story Cape Cod style with 4 bedrooms and a wraparound porch. Now it's mine and Coda's. "Hey, Kinetic." Feisty purrs into my ear as she wraps her arms around my neck. My body stiffens in reaction to her pressing her body against my back. Without hurting her, I jerk Feisty around and away from my back. I don't like to have anyone standing behind me. Not since the last mission I'd been on with 3 of my brothers and we'd been taken hostage. Hell, we'd been lucky to make it out of there alive. Doesn't mean we didn't leave unscathed. My back bears the marks of what was done to not just me, but Raja and Horseman. The three of us carry the same scars. If it wasn't for Falcon and the rest of our team, the three of us wouldn't have made it out of that hellhole. Feisty, you know you're not allowed to touch me unless I tell you. I scoff, releasing my grip on her hand. I know, but you've been gone for a week. I've missed you, and couldn't wait to hug you. She giggles. That's one thing about Feisty. She doesn't have a problem testing boundaries. Normally, I don't have any problems with this. However, I'm not in the mood to put up with her shit. Get it through your head, woman. It's a fucking rule around here. Don't fucking wrap yourself around me like that again, I snap. Okay. Feisty pouts as she slides into my lap as if she didn't just piss me the hell off. Right now, I don't want her anywhere near me after she pulled that shit. She knows the rules, and if she doesn't stop this bullshit, I'm gonna have a serious talk with Falcon and Hawk about it. I know she's a favorite amongst my brothers. I just don't give a fuck right now. As I place my hands on her hips to remove her from my lap, Bowser sits in the chair across from me with a shit-eating grin. What the fuck's got you smiling like the cat that ate the canary? I ask, releasing Feisty and waving my hand, telling her to get lost. She fucked up with her stunt. I'll find either legs or Nama later. Well, this cat just so happens to have some news for you. Bowser chuckles. Yeah? You gonna elaborate on this news? I ask, lifting my beard to my lips. Seems I have a new neighbor. Someone moved back into her mama's house while we were out on this run. My body stiffens at the mere mention of this news. Which neighbor? I demand, gritting my teeth together. Bowser had bought a house next door to Charlie's mom about 3 years ago, and ever since, he's ragged me about shit back from the old days. Charlie's mom was always a sweet woman, so I'd kept in touch with her, making sure she was taken care of since I caught wind Charlie moved to the East Coast. Bowser started doing this as well, knowing she's a good woman who needs help every now and then. I think Bowser does it for the cookies and cakes she bakes him in payment. Mrs. Amelia, he states, grinning like a fool. Fuck me. Amelia didn't tell me last time I had been by her house that her daughter was coming back to Portland. Then again, she and I have an unspoken agreement about not mentioning her daughter to me. Charlie's home, I mutter, clenching my jaw as I narrow my gaze on Bowser. Yep, and she has a cute kid with her, too. He chuckles, tapping a hand on the table. Shit. Charlie has a kid. Shooting up out of my chair, I storm through the clubhouse and out the door. With quick movements, I get to my bike, straddle her, and bring her to life. I back out of my spot in the parking lot, point my girl in the direction of Charlie's mom's house, and hit the throttle. It doesn't take me long to get there. I honestly don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. But as I pull up in front of the house I've been to several times over the past 12 years, but never once did I see any photos of Charlie with a kid. Then again, I wasn't ever looking for a reason to stare at her face. My anger comes back tenfold. When Charlie broke up with me back then, I'd been pissed. I should be over what she did, quitting on us when we could have made it work. Sure, I wanted to join the military, but I also wanted her in my life as well. Charlie could have gone to college while I was doing what I had to do. I'd have found a way to come to her as much as I could. Parking my bike, I swing my leg over as I climb off. Striding up the front walkway, I step up to the front door and ring the doorbell. When I don't hear anything coming from the other side of the door, I hit the bell again. I'm coming. My stomach tightens at the sound of her voice. As the door opens, I clench my jaw and place my hands on my hips as I wait for her reaction. Last time she saw me, I was still coming into my body. Now I'm the man she could have had, but chose to leave.
Chapter 10. Charlie. I'm rendered speechless, blinking with my mouth held wide open. I probably look like someone who's having a stroke, staring at the man I left all those years ago. The same man who's changed so drastically. Caden is no longer the scrawny, preppy boy I left when we were barely adults. Now he's a tank. His shoulders are broad, and I can see the obvious impressions of abs through his white t-shirt. But his physique isn't the only thing that's changed through the years. He now has a scruffy beard, sporting that few days old without a shave look, and the ink up and down his arms, going under the confines of his shirt and coming out through the collar of his shirt, spanning up his neck. With his deep mahogany eyes, he doesn't say a word, further causing anxiety to creep up. "Caden," I rasp out, finally able to speak.
Fuck, I thought the boys were joking with me.
He laughs lightly, rubbing a hand over his jaw, a nervous tic he's kept from when we were younger, it seems. "Boys?" I question, but as I do, I take a moment and see a leather vest around his shoulders. It's a deep camo green color, and there are a few patches on it. One reads Deathstalkers MC, and another reads Enforcer. "Oh, yeah, your biker club." He cocks a brow.
"You been keeping tabs on me, Bales?"
"No, I just ask Mom how you've been from time to time." Immediately, I defend myself. It wouldn't even matter if I'm keeping tabs on him. The thing I'm keeping from him is my secret, which is upstairs right now. Stepping out onto the porch, I shut the door behind me.
"You good, Bales?"
He calls me by my last name again, something I'm not used to. I know it's a common thing in the military branches, yet it feels so insincere. "What are you doing here?" My nervousness is obvious in the way my voice cracks through every word. He snickers and shakes his head.
"What? I can't just stop by?"
"You're not the type to ever just stop by." He cackles lightly, and as I'm about to speak, he stops me.
"Every Tuesday is when your mom goes shopping. Who do you think is the one who goes to the store with her to help load her car up and get everything unpacked in the house? You know she's not capable of doing it herself."
Narrowing my eyes in on him, I'm shaken. Why would he help my mom? Like, honestly, why would he? I don't understand.
"Right now you're trying to figure out why I'd help her, right? Wondering why I'd do something like that, after the way you ended things?"
"Well, I see your mind-reading ability is still sharp as ever," I mutter, trying to avoid eye contact with him. It's odd how I feel ashamed for the fact he's helping my mom while I've been across the country.
"I hated you. That's why. I fucking hated you for what you did to us. Hated you for years. And then, after a while, I felt guilty about it all, so since you weren't around, I decided to check in on your mom once every couple weeks. For a while, everything was good with her, but you know she can't get around like she used to. When going to the grocery store became a huge task for her, I offered to help, and in return, she'd make me her famous sloppy joes and banana pudding. It was a good deal. Help a sweet old lady and get a nice home-cooked meal."
At his admission, I find rage storming through my body. Taking a step forward, I push my hands against his chest and curl up my lip. "You had the audacity to hate me for breaking up with you? We were 18, Caden. We were practically children trying to figure out what to do. One day you were telling me you wanted to spend the rest of your life with me, couldn't see your life without me. And the next you're enlisted in the Marines without so much as a conversation with me. You didn't even talk to me about it. I wanted a life with you, not one without you." He licks his lips as he sinks his hands in his pockets and begins pacing.
"I don't think we should be digging up old shit, Charlie. Not when we both have a ton of shit we never said to the other."
"Yeah, I think that would be best." I grit from where I stand, glaring at him, ready to rip his head off for being the biggest dick on the planet. We were kids. Kids who didn't know what we wanted, who had horrible communication issues. Two people who tried so hard to make what we knew would eventually come crumbling down last longer than its expiration date.
Your mom told me you were married, but I don't see a ring on your finger,
Caden says as he leans up against a post, crossing his arms over his chest. Immediately, I glance down, realizing I haven't been wearing my ring. I shake my head. I've recently become separated, going through a nasty divorce. Caden's eyes go dark for a moment, like he's off daydreaming. But suddenly he begins chatting again.
Sorry you're going through that.
I scoff. I doubt it. You're probably happy I'm getting divorced. You forget, Caden Kelly. I know you. I know how that brain of yours works. He cackles lightly.
A lot has changed, Bales. You knew how things worked. I'm not the same boy you knew back then. After all, haven't you been able to tell? I'm a man now.
He comes walking over, invading my personal space, and bores his eyes into mine, looking over every feature.
And it looks like you're a woman.
Mom, the TV isn't working. I jump, startled by her voice coming out of nowhere. Turning back, I look at my darling daughter, about to crap myself. It takes me a minute to gather myself. What do you mean? The signal is out, I think. It said something about not finding a connection on HDMI 3. She presses her lips together, not understanding what that means. Before I realize what's happening, Caden is pushing himself past me, offering his help.
Luckily for you, kiddo, I'm great with technology. I'll have it fixed for you in no time.
As Caden walks beside Vivi, I try not to freak out. My daughter's father is walking beside her, and I have no idea if he knows. God, I'm fucking terrified.
Chapter 11. Kinetic. Seeing Charlie after all these years, I didn't know what to expect. Sure as hell didn't expect the tightness that builds deep inside me, knotting itself around my gut like a snake constricting its next meal. I didn't know how much seeing her would affect me. Didn't matter. I helped her mom out all this time when she needed it. Shit. I'd been pissed to find out Charlie moved to New York, leaving her mom out here alone with no one to help her. I get she wanted to go to college, become someone. I didn't think she'd forget about her mom, or anyone else in town for that matter. At least she still called to check on her. As much as I'd been furious with Charlie for leaving me the way she did, left me without even hearing me out, I was downright livid to find out she'd gone off and married some jackass. The day I found out, it wasn't pretty. My brothers tried to get me to calm my shit. Hawk, my prez, ordered me to the ring that we had set up in the back of the clubhouse. In the ring, he got two of the prospects at the time to spar with me. They both ended up not making the cut when it came time for them to earn their votes. If they can't hold their own against my enforcer, they have no business being in this club, Hawk had said when he'd given them the boot. Later that night, having calmed down, I'd spent the night in my room with a bottle of Jack and 3 of the fire crotches, trying to erase the memory of Charlie. Shit didn't work. I still felt it. For years. At the sound of Charlie's daughter talking, I'd looked around her to find the most beautiful kid I'd ever seen. Hair like her mama's, but the kicker was the eyes. Eyes I know all too well since I look at them every day. This right here is the only confirmation I need to know she's mine. The kid looks about 11 or 12 anyway. Her mother thought so lowly of me not to allow me the decency of knowing I had a daughter. Fuck. Charlie. God damn it. Rather than let my anger show in front of the girl, I smile and let her know I am a whiz when it comes to electronics and could help her out. I didn't bother looking at Charlie at this point. If I did, I'd snap, and the kid didn't need to see that. Not when she didn't know who the fuck I was. You had the audacity to hate me for breaking up with you? We were 18, Caden. We were practically children, trying to figure out what to do. One day you were telling me you wanted to spend the rest of your life with me, couldn't see your life without me, and the next, you enlisted in the Marines without so much as a conversation with me. You didn't even talk to me about it. I wanted a life with you, not one without you. Charlie's words circle around in my head. Is that why she broke up with me? She found out she was carrying my kid and was afraid I'd be killed? Nah, something about this bullshit isn't right. From the time we started dating, she knew I always wanted to be just like my old man, to be respected for what I did for our country. Too bad it didn't turn out that way. I was medically discharged with a Purple Heart after the hostage event. I was lucky they allowed me to keep Coda. It's a rarity that handlers get to keep their dogs, but he's more than a dog to me. He's my entire world, gotten me through many sleepless nights. "What's your name?" the little girl asks. Fuck, she's not just a little girl. She's my daughter. That's something I'll have to get used to. My brothers call me Kinetic, I tell her as she shows me the TV that she was complaining about. Taking a quick look, I figure the issue out. All I needed to do was pop the cord back into her Roku. Easy enough. The HDMI cable was pulled out a tad. Just needed to be pushed all the way back into place. Might need to get your mom to get another cable, though. If it happens again, try troubleshooting it yourself and do what I did. Troubleshooting? What's that mean? I smile. Fixing it. It's just a fancy way of saying it. Cool, thanks. So, if they call you Kinetic, is that your real name? She asks, scrunching her nose up the same as her mom used to do when we were together. Nope, name's Caden Kelly. However, no one ever calls me by my name anymore except your grandma and my mom. I chuckle, grinning at her. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Charlie standing there watching her daughter interact with me, arms crossed over her chest, pushing her tits up higher. Mom, how cool is that? Caden's last name is my middle name. What the fuck? Mr. Caden to you, little girl. But yeah, baby, it's really cool, Charlie stammers, clearing her throat. It is. Mom picked my name. My real dad wasn't around, so he didn't have any input. I'm Viviana Kelly Bales, but everyone calls me Vivi. My dad likes the name, though, so that's good. Right, Mom? Dad likes my name, she declares with a shrug only a kid her age could pull off. Charlie presses her lips together and nods. Fuck. She calls Charlie's husband Dad? Talk about yet another blow Charlie has dealt me. Burying the anger once again to keep Vivi from noticing, I give her a grin. That's a pretty awesome name. I dig the nickname. My mama's name was Anna, so gotta respect your full name. It pisses me off even more that she gave my daughter Kelly as a middle name rather than last. Then again, in Charlie's eyes, Vivi isn't mine. She's her douche of an ex's kid. Suddenly, the air in the room becomes stifling, and I need to get out of here. Well, kiddo, I gotta be going. If you ever need help with electronics, get your mom to give me a call. Your grandma has my number. Sure. But why does my grandma have your number? Vivi asks, brows furrowing. A couple of my brothers and I help her out when she needs it, I inform her. Oh, okay. So you were talking to Mom on the porch to check on her? Fuck me. She's just like her mom, always with the questions. Yeah, baby girl. I was checking on your grandma. I'll catch you later, I state, keeping my grin in place, only to lose it when turning from Vivi to meet Charlie's gaze. I'll be in touch, I tell her without giving her a chance to respond. I storm past her and out of the house, doing everything I can not to slam the door shut in the process. With fast strides, I get to my bike in order to get as far away from Charlie as I possibly can right now. Looks like tonight will be another one with a bottle of Jack at my side.
Chapter 12. Charlie. Vivi told me Caden came over earlier and helped her with her TV. Is that true? My mother asks from the couch with both her feet propped up on pillows on the coffee table. I nod, sipping on my hot peppermint tea, reading my daily E! News celebrity gossip. Yep, he did. Thank goodness, too, because you know I'm horrible with computers and stuff, I comment, floating around the subject. My mother's never flat out asked me if Caden is Vivi's father, and while I've been thankful for that, I really have a gut feeling like this is going to end soon. You're pussyfooting around it, aren't you? Cocking a brow, I divert my attention away from my phone and look directly at her. Why ask questions when you already know the answer? A smug smile pulls at her lips. Because I enjoy giving you a bit of hell. What can I say? Shaking my head, I go back to reading my article. Dad really rubbed off on you before he passed, I mutter, remembering the way he'd pick on me at every opportunity. In more ways than one. I have to do a double take. Peeling my eyes away from the phone, I look at her and she busts out laughing. Mom, goodness, and you go to church. Everyone needs to have reasons, my dear. She snickers, enjoying herself all too much right now. It must be the pain meds making her a little loopy and relaxed. Otherwise, she'd never say anything like this to me. Before her surgery, she did ask that I not allow her to be on pain medicine for more than a week, so I'll be slowly tapering her off them and giving her Tylenol in replacement. I can't believe you said that, coming from the woman who had my pastor give me the birds and the bees talk. Yeah, well, I didn't want to do it. It was awkward, and who else to help you keep your legs closed than getting the talk from your pastor and then being judged by God? If you ask me, I was a smart mom, but not smart enough, considering... Cocking a brow. You don't mean that. Of course not. I'm only proving a point. Now, let me get back to what I was saying. I knew years ago she was Caden's. You were leaving little hints at every turn, my dear. I don't know why you never told him, but given the way Vivi told me he rushed out of here, I think you know he figured it out. Mom, please, don't. Charlie, Caden has never been a dummy. Vivi looks so much like him. She has his eyes, they're practically carbon copies, and don't make me list every other feature she has that's his. Sucking in a deep breath, I release it, trying my best to relax. A knock comes to the door, and internally I groan, praying it isn't Caden. Are we expecting anyone? I question. Rising from my seat, I put my phone down on the coffee table and head to the front door. Pulling the handle open, Esther, one of my mom's church friends who's been recently widowed, is standing there. Esther, goodness, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I figured you'd need a night to yourself and told your mom this afternoon I'd come on up and hang out with her and Vivi. I haven't seen that little girl of yours in ages. I hear she's grown like a weed. Esther pushes past me and makes herself comfortable, as do most of my mother's church friends. She heads straight over to my mom, sitting directly beside her, and they start chatting instantly. Vivi's upstairs playing some video games, so I won't go bother her. Instead, I go back to my seat and grab my phone, but my butt doesn't hit the cushion before my mom is wagging her finger at me. Get out of the house. You've been cooped up here for too long. Take a night off, dear. As a matter of fact, go run to Caden's club. What do they call that place they stay, Esther? Mom looks to her friend. A clubhouse, I believe, Esther replies. Yes, go over to his clubhouse and take him some cookies from the store. Give him my apologies that I didn't make them myself, but being in the shape I'm in, I can't do much. Cocking a brow, I sit up in my chair and stare sternly at her. You can't be serious. You don't want me to go over there after today. I make statements, not asking her questions, but she'd tell everyone otherwise. Yes, I do want you to go over there. Caden helps me all the time. Who do you think cut down that dead tree before you came back, huh? Caden did.
so go take the man some cookies." "Maybe give him a special cookie," Esther suggests, giggling afterward. My mom cackles along with her. Heat rushes to my cheeks before I can come up with a reply. Never in the world did I think they'd be talking like this. "Esther, goodness, you're as bad as Mom is. And allow me to tell both of you this. The only cookies I'm giving Caden are going to be the ones I buy from the store. I'm not barking up that tree again. It didn't work out once, and I'm not looking to repeat history. Kids these days don't want to fight for anything good." Esther shakes her head, shooting me a judgmental look. Standing up with my phone, I head for the door, deciding I don't need to keep hearing this crap. "Where are you going?" my mom asks. I look back to her, sure to be snarky in my reply. "To take your precious Caden some cookies from the store." I take my purse off the coat rack hook and slide it over my shoulder, grab the keys to my mom's SUV, and head out the door. I'll go over to the nice supermarket across town and get the gourmet cookies. At least this way I can swipe a few too. I've been craving some good sweets lately. Now I just need to figure out wherever the hell this clubhouse of his is. But knowing the people who live in this town, everyone will know. I'll just ask the clerk at the grocery store, and I'm sure they'll be able to point me in the right direction.
Chapter 13. Kinetic. After the whole ordeal with Charlie earlier, when I got back to the clubhouse, I grabbed a bottle of Jack and stormed off to my room. I've been sitting in here ever since, slowly sipping on the dark liquor with Coda's head in my lap. With my free hand, I run my fingers through Coda's fur, letting him calm the fury swirling through me. I have a daughter named Viviana, a beautiful girl, the perfect mixture of her mother and myself. In the few minutes I was around her, I memorized the features of her face. Long hair like her mother's, eyes like mine. Fuck, if she wasn't the perfect combination of the two of us together. Like a damn angel. She's that perfect. Pissed that I didn't know anything about her, a small part of me is thrilled to know she at least had my last name in hers. However, it doesn't stop the pain at the fact she calls another man her dad. I'd been denied that small gift. My old man always told me growing up that being my dad was a gift. He said it was a gift he'd hold on to since my mom wasn't able to have more kids after me. Her body strained throughout her pregnancy with me, and the doctors advised her not to have any more children. They said it could kill her, so they were one and done. Sucked for my parents since they wanted a large family, and ended up with one biological child. I remember nights where Charlie and I would lay curled against one another in the back of my old truck, in the middle of a field, talking about our dreams. How I wanted to be able to one day give my mom the grandkids to help ease the pain of not being able to have any more children of her own. Shit. This just means there's another reason Charlie's deception's a hit to the gut. Coda lifts his head, looks at me, then to the door, and releases a disgruntled woof. "What's up, Coda?" I ask as someone knocks on the door. "Yeah," I call out, not wanting to move, and lift the bottle of Jack to my mouth. The door opens and Snowden fills the doorway. "What's up, Prospect?" I mutter, not wanting to be bothered right now. "Some chick is in the main room looking for you," he states, crossing his arms over his chest. "Who is it?" Stupid question to ask, but I ask it all the same. Didn't catch her name, but she's fucking hot, and holding a bag of gourmet cookies in her hands, talking to Bones. Snowden shrugs. Fucking hell. There's only one woman who'd bring me gourmet anything. "I'll be right out," I growl, the anger coming back up full force. Nodding, Snowden drops his hands from his chest, grips the doorknob, and pulls my door closed, leaving me secluded in my room with Coda once again. "Coda, what am I gonna do?" I grumble to my dog, looking for answers. Coda simply tilts his head to the side and gives me a bark as if to say, "How the hell do I know?" Sighing, I put the bottle of Jack on my nightstand, climb out of bed, and put my boots back on. Come on, Coda. Let's go see what the fuck Charlie's doing here, I mutter, making my way to the door. Might as well take you outside while I'm at it. Kill two birds with one stone. As I step into the main room of the clubhouse, Coda barks to make it known he's in the room, drawing Charlie's attention in our direction. Fuck. Seeing her in the clubhouse pisses me off even more, knowing she threw what we had away. Took the life we could have had and put it in the garbage. Outside, I bite out through clenched teeth, nodding to the door. Okay, she murmurs, licking her lips nervously. My dick twitches at the sight, remembering the many times those velvet lips have been wrapped around it. Coda, come, I command, heading for the door without looking back, knowing not only my dog was behind me, but Charlie. I can feel her eyes burning into my back, and I wish I had let her go ahead of me since I didn't take the time to put a shirt on. I don't need or want her questions about the scars covering my back. Soon as the door slams shut behind Charlie, I round on her to find tears welling in her eyes. Ignoring the pang her tears cause, I curl a lip. What are you doing here? Clearing her throat, Charlie shakes her head as she holds the bag up for me to take. Mom wanted me to bring you these. She was sorry she missed you earlier and asked me to go get you some cookies, since she was unable to make you her homemade ones like she normally does, she blurts without meeting my gaze. That the only reason you came here? Or did you come here to make excuses as to why I knew nothing about my fucking daughter? I snap, crossing my arms. I don't bother taking the bag from her. Charlie drops the bag to the ground and finally meets my gaze, with a glare of her own. Don't go there, Caden, she mutters. Kinetic. What? She asks, baffled. You don't have a right to call me Caden anymore. Only those I give permission to are allowed. To you, I'm Kinetic, I snarl, leaning in her space so she gets my point. Coda woofs from next to me, demanding my attention. Glancing at him, I point to the yard. Go do your business, I command. Otherwise, he'll stay at my side unless I give him the order. Yeah, I should have known. It's obvious you're no longer Caden. He wasn't an asshole like you are. And don't you dare think you can tell me what to do. We broke up a long time ago. The nerve she has. I can't do anything but interrupt her. This asshole is who I've always been. You just never experienced it because I loved you. But you ended us. Now, are you going to explain to me why you never told me about Vivi? I growl, interrupting her before she could spew any more shit out of her mouth. I kept her away from you to protect her, Charlie snaps. Bullshit. You kept her from me because you're selfish and you knew you fucked up. And baby, when I say you fucked up, you did it royally. My body is taut as I stand with her directly in front of me, her head craned back to look up at me. I'm not selfish, Charlie protests. I've protected her every damn day of my life. How was I supposed to introduce her to you knowing you could have been blown to bits at any moment? And don't you dare bullshit me. I got a glance of your back, Caden. What if it ended up being far worse? Like, for instance, you actually dying. I wasn't about to let her feel that pain. I stiffen as she throws the scars in my face. We're done, I grind out, taking a step back, turning on my heel, and storming away from her, heading for my truck. Whistling for Coda, I open the door, wait for him to jump in, and climb in behind him. Fuck staying here right now. Fuck all of this. Fuck it all. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, and I'm not about to stand here and explain it to her. Starting the truck, I back up and switch gears, throwing rocks as I hit the gas, flying out of the parking lot without a backward glance. At least I wasn't too fucked up to drive. I'll finish getting trashed at my house.
Chapter 14. Charlie. Rubbing my fingers against my temple as I sit in this shitty bar on the edge of town, I curse myself for ever letting my mom guilt me into driving down to Caden's clubhouse. I mean, really, what was I thinking? Of course it wasn't going to go well.
Want another one, darling?
the bartender asks. He's got a smile that would make many girls lose their minds around here, but on the East Coast, that's every other guy. With medium brown hair and grassy green eyes, I can tell with one glance he shouldn't be stuck in a bar like this. He looks like the type of guy who'd look great as a model for a marketing campaign. Not overly bulky, but not too average. He's the perfect mixture of charm and good manners, like that famous TikTok guy, Cody Smith. Hell, I'm pretty sure I've seen him on a few book covers over the years. I might have even read one. One of the guys over at Caden's club looked so much like the dude I swore I was doing a double take, but then he walked off and disappeared out of my sight at the club. If I see him again, I'll have to pay more attention. Who knows? I could be losing my mind a bit. Nodding. Yes, please.
Sure thing. Another mint mojito, or are you craving something a bit different?
A mint mojito would be great, I answer coolly, finishing off the last bit of my drink and hand him the glass. He takes it from me, sets it down in the wash basin, and goes over to where the glasses are and begins to make me a new one.
You from around here? I haven't seen you before, and, well, I'd recognize a lady like you.
He cackles, surely realizing how cheesy he just sounded.
I mean, It's not often pretty women like you come walking in this little bar. Most go to the ones in the inner city, you know?
You mean the ones filled with overbearing assholes who won't let a woman drink in peace? Yeah, I don't think so. I came here to clear my mind, not make my headache worse. I laugh, and he nods in agreement. While I might have been out of town for a few years, I know things haven't changed that much since I've been gone.
I'm Noah.
He extends his hand, and I take it. Charlie.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Noah takes his hand away from mine and finishes making my drink, setting the glass on the bar before me. Likewise. You know, I don't think I've ever seen this place this...
Empty? Yeah, the owner died last year, and his idiot grandson inherited the joint. The asshole doesn't know what common courtesy or quality customer service is. And yeah, the fuckwit is my boss, but I'll call it like I see it.
I fail at holding back my laughter and take a sip of my new mojito.
Hey, honesty is rare these days.
You can say that again, I murmur.
So, what brings you to town?
Noah questions while wiping a rag over the top of the bar. My mother, she had surgery not long ago, so my daughter and I moved back to Portland to help her out. It was going to be a temporary thing, but I don't think we're going back to where we were living.
Oh, well, I hope everything's okay.
I nod, figuring I don't need to go around and tell everyone how my husband is a cheating douchebag. Yeah, it was just time for us to come home.
Man, I get that. I was living in Florida for a couple years. I wanted to be on the beach every day, soak up the sun and all that. I lasted 3 years before I missed the smell of warm apple cider and campfires. Sometimes we just need to come back to the place we know the best.
He isn't wrong. Even though my circumstances were different than I thought, maybe the world was trying to force me back here to Portland for some reason. The bell on the door rings, signifying someone else is entering the bar, so Noah stands up a little straighter.
Hey, guys, how are you doing tonight? Good, Noah. You see any Deathstalkers around here?
The guy questions, and at the mention of Caden's club, I find myself narrowing my eyes in on him. He's wearing a cut, just like Caden and his boys do. But instead of it saying Deathstalkers MC, it reads Toxic Warriors MC. The guy speaking to Noah is about 6'4", has a stocky build, but I'm sure if he was wearing a fitted tee, you'd be able to see every vein in his arms. The guy struts up at the sight of me with a shit-eating grin on his face.
Who's your friend here? This is Charlie. She came in for a drink, Rocky, not for anything else.
I don't mistake the seriousness laced through Noah's tone. He's trying to get this guy to leave me alone, but who knows if it'll work. This Rocky guy has a patch like Caden, but instead of it reading Enforcer, it reads President. Rocky runs his hands back through his hair and still comes closer to me. Stepping directly next to my bar stool, he looks down at me like I'm a bloody steak.
I don't know, man. She might change her mind about what she's looking for. You asked about Deathstalkers? I haven't seen any of them, not even my brother.
Noah speaks up, somehow managing to continue working while speaking to this guy. But I don't miss the fact he just alluded he has a brother.
Interesting. They have Snowden being their little messenger boy. Said we'd meet here tonight with Vader and Kinetic.
Fuck. I down the rest of my drink without warning, causing 2 curious glances to come at me. Cocking a brow, I look at both the men. What, never seen a lady down a drink before? Rolling my eyes, I lift my glass and motion Noah for another. I won't drive myself home tonight, but I'll make sure to get a taxi and come grab my car in the morning. Rocky wiggles his way a bit closer to me, reaches his hand out and grazes it gently against my shoulder. He takes his fingers and loops them through my chocolate-brown hair, touching me like some sort of plaything.
I'm hoping by the time I'm done with club business, you might be looking for something a bit different. It's a shame a pretty woman like you is out here in a bar, all alone.
The bell rings on the front door, signaling there are more people coming in the bar, and I immediately look behind me. But as I do, I see eyes filled with shock and then fury.
Chapter 15. Kinetic. Several hours after speeding out of the clubhouse parking lot, I'm pulling back in due to my prez's orders. Falcon needs Vader and me to handle some club business with the Toxic Warriors MC over at a bar on the edge of Portland called the Waterhole. It's a little bar that is known around here as neutral territory. It's the only place around these parts where we have sit-downs with rivals, and though Toxic Warriors aren't completely our rivals, we're not on the best terms with them. They're still into some bad shit. At least their charter out here is. Rocky, the president of the Oregon charter, is a pain in my side, considering I'm the one who always deals with him. Falcon gave me that job since I have a connection to the Toxic Warriors MC. Viking, the national prez, is my cousin. Growing up, we'd been tight. After he joined his club and started rising in rank, I stopped talking to him as much as I used to. The only time we speak now is if we gotta. Blood may be thick, but he chose his path, and I did the same. Several months ago, he'd contacted Falcon to help run protection detail with them. The club agreed to this as long as we got 30% for our part. Evidently, Viking's business was growing, and some of the product he pushed, more or less the pussy he pushed, needed protection getting where it was going. I don't know much else about their business, but what I did know was that none of the pussy was going anywhere involuntarily. They all signed up for this life, and Viking made sure to take care of them. Pulling into the parking lot, I put the truck in park, open my door, climb out, and let Coda jump to the ground. Slamming the door shut, I stalk to the clubhouse to put Coda up and find Vader so we can get this shit done. I want to get this business done with Rocky, so I might be able to figure out why the fuck seeing Charlie again has me this high-strung. It's not just about seeing her again. It's the fact my heart is beating again, and that shit is fucking with me. I swore I'd never go there with any bitch. I'm not about to let Charlie back in my heart to fuck it up again either. Not after what she did. "Hey, baby," Feisty says, coming up to me as I step through the door. Fucking hell. This shit is not something I want right now. If I had time, I probably would have taken her to one of the dark corners around the club and fucked her, imagining she was Charlie. Pound into her hard enough to make her scream, releasing my anger out on her body. But those screams wouldn't be from the woman I really want, which would just piss me off even more. "Not now, Feisty," I growl, stepping past her. "Okay, baby, but I'll be here when you need me," she purrs. "Great," I mutter. heading for my room, Coda following close behind. Grabbing my keys, I unlock the door and step inside. "Chill, Coda. I'll be back later," I grumble as I make sure my dog has what he needs. Food, water, his rawhide. Tossing him a treat, I grab a clean shirt from my dresser and slide it on. I leave the room, making sure to lock it behind me and head for the main room to find Vader. "You ready?" I ask, finding him standing at the bar talking to Nama.
"Hey, Kinetic, you're seriously tense, babe. If you want, later tonight I could help you release some of it,"
Nama murmurs sweetly. Unlike the other fire crotches around here, she's different. Loves to fuck and get off, but doesn't try to get anyone to make her an old lady. She also likes to have fun with more than one of us at a time. "Thanks, Nama. I'm good. Maybe I'll catch you another time. When I get back, my ass is passing out in bed. It's been a shit day," I mutter, giving her a grin even though I'm not feeling it. I don't give a damn about most of their feelings, but Nama's different. She's a real sweetheart, not like feisty at all.
"Okay, Kinetic, you know where to find me."
She smiles and walks off. "You good?" Vader asks. "Not in the least bit, brother. You know that. Now, let's get the fuck out of here. Get this shit with Rocky done. I'm fucking exhausted after dealing with all I have today," I grumble. "Yeah, Ken, I saw her when she came in. Bitch looked sweet as fuck, in her tight-ass jeans looking like Megan Fox. Isn't she the one who screwed you over back when we went to Basic?" Fucking Vader and his memory. He'd been sitting on the bus that day when I left for Basic. He and I ended up nearly coming to blows a few times over the shit he'd say about Charlie. In the end, we'd sorted out shit and he'd become my brother. That would be her. But talk about her again like that, and we'll have issues, I snap, giving him a glare. "Sorry, brother," Vader says, taking a step back. Nodding, I turn and head for the door. "Let's just get this shit over with." "You got it." Pulling up to the waterhole, something doesn't sit well with me. Glancing around the parking lot, I find it sparse besides the bikes that belong to Rocky and his men who came with him. Only a handful of cars. Great, not many people around to witness if this goes bad. I'm itching to slam my fist into someone, and Rocky would be a good start. "Come on, brother. The sooner we get in there, get this done, the sooner we can get back to the clubhouse, and you can go chill," Vader suggests, putting the kickstand down and climbing off his bike. Nodding, I follow suit, taking my helmet off and hanging it on the handle. Silently, the two of us make our way to the front door and open it. The annoying little bell over the damn thing announces our arrival. My eyes immediately narrow at the sight in front of me. I'm already pissed, but seeing Charlie sitting there with Rocky cozied up to her nearly has my head shooting through the roof. What the fuck's she doing here? "Rocky," I mutter, not wanting to deal with her just yet. I'd get to her after he and I handle business. "Let's get this shit done." "Always the pleasant one," Rocky cackles but follows me over to the tables as far from Charlie as we can get. Taking the seat facing the bar, I let my gaze say it all as Charlie meets my own. From the narrowing of her eyes, I know she gets my drift. I wanted her to keep her ass parked right where it was. Turning my focus back to Rocky, I lean forward. "You got something you need to tell me?" I demand, narrowing my gaze on him. "Don't know what the fuck you're talking about," Rocky grins. "Bullshit. Viking called Falcon earlier today." I inwardly grin at the way Rocky cringes. Yeah, he knows he's supposed to be giving me something. Stupid fucker. "Viking is stupid for bringing you all in on this shit with us," Rocky snaps. "I don't give a fuck what you think, but he assured Falcon you had something for me. Now I suggest you hand it over before I decide to shoot your ass right here, right now," I inform him casually. Glaring at me, Rocky reaches into his cut and pulls out an envelope holding the money from the latest run we'd done with them. Rocky's made it known he doesn't like the idea of working with us, and even more so, he doesn't appreciate Vikings switching the business up. Not my business, but I'll make a note to contact my cousin and let him know about his men here. Taking the envelope, I open it slightly, put it in my cut, and nod. Until next time, I mutter, standing from my seat. Now it was time to deal with Charlie and find out what the fuck she's doing in a place like this. And alone at that.
Chapter 16. Charlie.
You cool with that dude?
Noah questions me quietly, cleaning out yet another glass. Sucking in a sharp breath, I nod. Yeah, why?
He looked like he wanted to strangle you the second he walked in here.
I can't deny Noah's observation in the least bit. Caden did look like he wanted to kill me, or that guy Rocky. He tilted his head and they went over to the far side of the bar and sat down at a table. From the corner of my eye, I watched their interaction, especially as Rocky pulled out a thick envelope and handed it over to Caden. They're both still over there, but I'm not sure what they're saying. Not that it's any of my business in the first place. Right after they started walking over, Noah made me another mint mojito, so I pick it up from the bar and slowly sip on it. The sound of soles crushing against the wooden floor alert me someone is near, but I don't look. To be honest, I don't want to. I only want to sit here, drink my mojito, and hope Caden, along with his biker buddies, disappear.
Kinetic, I called dibs on that piece of ass.
Rocky calls from the other side of the bar, and now I look. I don't know what causes me to turn. It could be worry, shock, or maybe even embarrassment. Hell, it could be all three. Caden's face visibly turns red in front of me, and I notice the way the vein in his forehead pulsates. It's done that since we were kids, but it only happens when he's livid.
Rocky, I suggest you get your ass out of here before I beat your damn head in.
Rocky stands up from where he sits, and as he does, the bottom of the chair skids against the floor, causing a shrieking sound to ripple through the bar.
What did you just say? Fucking hell.
Noah mutters under his breath and makes his way around the bar, trying to get between the two of these guys before they end up in a tussle.
The last thing I need to deal with today is you two measuring dick sizes. You came here, did your thing, now leave.
Rocky raises his brows and smirks.
I don't let men talk to me like that, Noah. You, of all people, should know that. We don't take shit at the toxic warriors. Certainly not from our errand boys. The fuck did he just call us?
The guy who came in with Caden asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Caden completely ignores what Rocky said and comes marching over to me, grabs a hold of my arm and squeezes me tightly. It's firm, but it doesn't hurt.
What the fuck are you doing out here, Charlie? You following me or something?
My eyes go wide at that. He didn't seriously think I'd be following him. With my free hand, I grab what's left of my mojito and throw it in his face. Why the fuck would I want to follow you? I came here for a damn drink.
Yeah, okay.
His tone tells me he doesn't believe me at all. What's so hard to believe? I came out here for a couple drinks, away from all the city bars so I wouldn't have to deal with assholes like the two of you. I point to him and his buddy Rocky, loud enough for everyone to hear me. I won't have anyone thinking I'm here to follow Caden around like a lost little puppy. I'm not one of those women who feel the need to replace the men in their lives every week. I left my husband, and I can be alone. I don't need a man in my life to make me happy.
Oh, you bitch.
Rocky huffs, and heated footsteps head in my direction. The guy who came in with Caden steps in front of Rocky and tries to stop him.
Rocky, I wouldn't, man. It's just gonna cause shit between the clubs.
He tries to chill Rocky down even though he's part of Caden's club, which is interesting to me.
Not worth it. I've never let a bitch speak to me like that, and I won't be spoken to that way. Woman needs to learn her place on her knees with my cock choking her. Fuck.
Caden's friend practically drops his head in defeat, and Caden goes ghost white. Releasing my arm, he turns on his heel and marches back to where Rocky is. It all happens so quickly I don't realize it. They get each other on the floor and lay punch after punch into each other. I see specks of blood on the floor coating Caden's fist and then Rocky's. Frozen in shock, I sit here, not sure what to do besides cover my mouth with my hand in horror. An arm wraps around me and a cool feeling is pressed up against my head. Glancing to the right, I see the barrel of a gun and slowly start to lose my cool. "Caden!" I scream out, terrified as ever. My heart pumps heavily in my chest, so hard I can feel my jugular pulsating under my skin. Caden and Rocky stop their scuffle, and Caden's friend stands in between them while Noah looks at me in shock. He holds his hands up in the air, trying to talk to whoever's grip I'm in.
Dude, settle down. There's no need for that. She's just a chick. We don't have to escalate shit. The waterhole is neutral ground for you, all right? Why start a war here? What's the fucking point of that? Seems like she's the reason 2 clubs might go back to war. So if you ask me, I can handle her right here, right now.
The mystery man says from behind me with a gravelly tone. He's obviously irritated, seeing me as the problem. Caden inhales deeply and his nostrils flare. He balls his fists up at his sides and his friend clears his throat.
Dime, put down the gun. That's not just any... She's not just a random girl.
Caden's friend tries to talk some sense into him, but Dime's grip only tightens around me. He pulls me to the left and walks with me a few feet, and the click of a safety being pulled tells me this guy isn't fucking around. Please don't hurt me. I have a daughter. My words barely come out in English from the way my voice cracks with emotion.
She's my old lady,
Caden declares. I don't understand the meaning, but given the look of surprise on Rocky's face, it must be something important.
Bullshit.
The guy immediately denies his claim.
Yeah, ask her who the father of her kid is.
Caden speaks to the man who still has a gun on me.
Why the fuck does it matter to me?
He cackles in my ear, showing how he doesn't give a damn. This guy wants bloodshed, and right now I'm wondering if I'm even going to get out of this alive.
She's the mother of Kinetic's kid. Dude, put down your gun before your club can't come back from something it won't ever be able to.
Caden's friend speaks up.
Who was speaking to you, Vader?
The guy holding me snaps to Caden's friend, who I now know is Vader.
She's my old lady, and our club's made a vow. We made a promise to never go after the others' families. Surely you can honor that.
Caden speaks up, but while he speaks, his voice cracks a bit, and I notice how he's no longer looking at the man who I'm being held by. He's looking at me, and it's crazy how in one moment I know this could go one of 2 ways. I just hope I'm still breathing by the end of it.
Chapter 17. Kinetic. Anger, unlike anything else I've ever felt, spreads through my veins. Seeing the gun against Charlie's temple has me itching to kill these bastards. I don't know what the hell Dime's thinking by pulling a stunt like this. Shit, I could easily say this is my own damn fault. I could have ignored Charlie and went to her afterward. Instead of confronting her here, I should have thrown her over my shoulder, put her on the back of my bike, and taken her away from this wretched place. It would have been the smart move on my part, but I wasn't thinking about it. God, I've been so fucking stupid. What did I do instead? I acted like a damn idiot. Who in their right mind would approach her while the enemy was still within sight? Rocky being cozied up to her earlier is continuing to sear into my mind. It's like a damn nightmare that's come to life. I don't want to think of the possibility she might have gone with him, but she could have. What the fuck? How is this even life right now? I need to get Charlie out of here safely. I may be pissed at her for keeping our daughter a secret from me, But none of that matters. She's still Charlie. She's still the first woman I ever loved, the mother of my kid, and she's the one who got away. I've never met another woman like her, and no one can compare. It might make me sound like a pussy for saying it, but it's the truth. None of the bullshit from years ago matters right now. Sure, she gutted me when she left me the day I was shipping out. I can guarantee to this day she has no idea what it felt like to have that ring burning a hole in my pocket that day. And it was all for nothing. She crushed my dreams. But the past is in the past. What's happening right now is making me see that. None of it matters because my feelings haven't ever faded for this woman. And honestly, I doubt they ever will. If I'm honest with myself, I'm glad she left me the way she did. I wouldn't be the man I am today if she hadn't. Charlie turning me down was the first hard thing I've ever had happen in my life. Most of the men I served with had a dead parent, a sister with cancer, a woman who cheated. The point I'm trying to make is they had hard shit they'd already dealt with. I had nothing, which made me lucky in a sense, but Charlie breaking up with me made me grow up. I needed to grow up. Hell, I'd probably be dead right now if I hadn't. Now I'm facing off with a man who's holding a gun to my fucking woman's face, the woman I'd still jump at the opportunity to be with. I'd still make the same promises to her that I was going to all those years ago. Most people change over time, and I needed it. I needed it so fucking badly. After she broke up with me the day I left for basic, I became a man on a mission. I didn't let anyone get close to me. Well, no one besides my brothers. Still, most of them are kept at a distance. I became as deadly as they come. It's probably why I ended up getting the assignments I did. My team and I didn't have a care in the world whether or not we survived. The only thing that mattered was finishing the mission. We should have died when we were out there, but somehow we were lucky as hell and survived against all odds. 4 years ago. My entire body is throbbing. I wish I had some painkillers to help dull the agony coursing through me. Every time my heart beats or I hear my pulse pounding in my head, the pain grows exponentially worse. Opening my eyes, I groan as I remember why I'm hurting. Suspended in the air, my feet are barely off the floor. I face Jones, one of my men, who they have sitting in a chair across from me. Glancing to either side of me, I notice both Raja and Horseman are strung up the same way as I am. Fucking hell. How do we get out of this predicament? The last thing I remember is our convoy being ambushed. Horseman groans as he comes to. "What the fuck?" he sneers, fighting the chains holding us up. "Save your energy, brother," I say calmly. I have a feeling we're gonna need it. "This is bullshit," Raja says, jerking at his chains. "Agree with you there. But remember, this isn't our first rodeo," I remind them. "We've gotten out of other stickier situations." Focusing back on Jones, I curse. His eyes are open, but there isn't an ounce of life in him. He's dead. Blood coats the entire front of his body, soaking his shirt. "Fucker slit his throat," Horseman utters quietly. A door off to the right creaks open, sounding like nails on a chalkboard, and several men step into the room. Speaking in a foreign language, one of them approaches us as the others move around the room. They all keep their distances like they know what we're capable of. It doesn't matter if they have us strung up like pigs ready to be gutted. The one who stands in front of us speaks to the ones behind us before turning his attention to me. "You must be the leader," he says, his voice seeming thick with an accent. I don't answer him, because technically I am for this mission, but Falcon is our master sergeant. Falcon is the one we typically look to. The man in front of me nods, and the crack of a whip fills the air before the end rips into my back. I grip my teeth as pain explodes across my back. With every snap of his wrist, the whip collides with my flesh. Each time is worse than the last, and every time I manage to take a breath, it shoots out of me from the pain of the next impact. "What about you? Do you want to answer me?" he asks Horseman. I don't even have to look at Horseman to know he's going to keep his mouth shut. We won't speak to these men no matter what they do to us. We've been trained for the shit, and we will never betray our country by speaking. That's what it is. If we talk, we are betraying our country. Moving to Raja, he asks him the same question. Don't want to speak? That's fine. We can do this the hard way. I prefer it. He chuckles, nodding to his men. I brace for the impact and steel myself for what's to come. The three of us are trained for situations like this, but it doesn't mean it's easy. The mental strength we need to endure this torture is asinine. Regardless, we won't give in to whatever they want. I don't know how much time passes, but none of us give in. We won't fold and give them the answers they so desperately seek. Days go by with the same thing happening. We're beaten, yet refuse to speak when they're in the room with us. I'm ready to accept death first, as are my brothers. Inwardly shaking myself from my thoughts, I narrow my eyes on the man holding Charlie. Dime keeps the gun pressed against her temple as he glares at me. "Let her go, Dime, and I won't kill you," I warn. With Rocky out cold at my feet, Dime is on his own. I won't hesitate to take him out. "Fuck you, Kinetic. You ain't gonna do shit," he spits, pressing the gun more firmly to Charlie's head. Charlie whimpers, tears streaming down her face. It's all I can do to keep my head in the game. I won't let anything happen to her. I can't, and it's not just because she's the mother of my daughter. Shit with her is complicated, and I know it's only going to get more intense. I'm not ready for her to be out of my life. Fuck, I wasn't ready before. But I have a choice now, and I won't allow Dime to hurt her. I won't let anyone hurt her. Vader steps forward slightly, catching my attention, and he nods. He knows what I'm about to do. "Last chance, Dime. Let my old lady go," I snarl, curling my lip at the corner, calculating what's about to happen. "This cunt ain't your old lady, Kinetic. We know you don't have a bitch." Dime smirks and glances down to the floor where Rocky is out cold. "See, we're done with this dumb bullshit your club always brings our way. Viking's taking this club down the shitter with those fuckheads he sent up here. I don't give a fuck about what Viking does with his club. It doesn't have a damn thing to do with my woman," I snap, narrowing my eyes on him. Everything seems to happen in slow motion as I whip my gun out and take aim. I pull the trigger at the same time Vader moves, pushing Charlie out of the line of fire. The bullet hits Dime between the eyes, killing him instantly. I don't give a fuck if killing him starts a war or not. Dime crossed a line, and every biker knows it. He should have backed down, and it's not my fault he didn't.
Chapter 18. Charlie. Warmth. It's the only thing I feel along my neck, and the next thing I know, I'm falling toward the ground. I somehow managed to break my fall with my forearms, but the impact when I hit the wooden floor of the bar shocks me. I breathe in deeply through my nose, and the next thing I know, Caden is in front of me, yanking me up by the arms. His eyes are widened, and he's frantically searching every part of my body. While he's looking over me, I struggle to catch my breath. It feels as though a sumo wrestler is sitting on my chest. No matter how hard I struggle, I simply can't get air. Caden's hands are all over my body, and he's moving my clothing to see my skin. Normally, I'd tell him to stop touching me, but with everything that happened, I can't. I'm too scared, too afraid of the scenario I was just in.
"Man, you got Dime. Your girl is good,"
Vader tells Caden. Caden doesn't even act like he's hurt him. Instead, Caden stops looking around my body and clasps his hands around my face. He stares into my eyes, and with flaring nostrils, he speaks.
Are you all right?
I don't know what to say. I think I might be in shock because what just happened isn't something that should be real. It's stuff from the movies, things that people write about in books. It just isn't real.
She's in shock, brother.
Vader speaks up again, and Caden nods. Caden takes one hand from my face and slides it down to my shoulder, gives me a reassuring squeeze, and clears his throat.
You're okay. You're safe now.
I nod, showing him I've heard him, but it doesn't do much to settle my nerves. My lip trembles, and I try to open my mouth and form words, but nothing comes out.
Shit, she's ghost white,
Vader tells Caden, and Caden turns his head to talk to Vader.
I know she is. She's scared. Rightfully so. That shit was ridiculous, man.
Vader comments back. Meanwhile, my hands begin to shake. The doors to the bar bust open and gunshots ring out. Caden takes me down to the ground and uses his own body as a shield. Everything is happening so quick that I can barely keep track of it. My heart pounds inside my chest and my hands grow sweaty against the floor. I'm not sure how much time passes, but Caden pulls me against him, and the next thing I know, we're both running toward the door. Vader yells something, but I can't make it out. He's hot on our heels, and the side door slams shut. Caden has his arm wrapped around my body, and we're running toward the bikes. I'm not thinking right now. I'm just doing what I need to survive, so he gets on a bike in record time. I throw a leg over the bike and wrap my arms around him. The next thing I know, he's flying down the road, and Vader's a few paces behind us. The wind blows against my face as the scene we left moments ago replays in my mind. I hold on to Caden's midsection even tighter and try to push back the memories. The last thing I need is for all this to replay in my mind. He turns his head slightly, and I'm sure he's trying to see if I'm okay. He looks back on the road and speeds up. He must know I'm about half a second from a mental breakdown. Within 10 minutes, he's pulling past the club gates and going up to the clubhouse. I know I should probably wait for him to turn the bike off and prop it on the kickstand, but I can't. I practically jump off the bike, and the second my soles touch the gravel, everything comes rushing in. My heart pounds worse than it has before, and everything feels like it's closing in on me. I try to breathe, but I can't. It's worse than anything I've ever felt before. The fear comes in heavy waves, and it's topped by panic, like a fear-ridden sundae that's been made especially for me. Tightness forms around my neck, and the panic only grows worse. I've never had a panic attack before, but I've heard about what they do. Heat swarms over my body, and I try to breathe in slowly. It's no use, because I stumble and feel the need to get close to the ground. To be honest, the disorientation flooding through me makes me nervous, and I might pass out. Some sort of diluted noise comes from behind me, but I'm not sure what it is. The moment a hand grabs my shoulder, I thrash forward and Caden comes into view. His mouth is moving, but I don't hear him. I can't hear you, I tell him, and I can't even hear myself. My heartbeat is so loud it's drowning everything else out. Like I'm here, but not really here. I can't tell if he's speaking or mouthing the word to me, but I know he's telling me to breathe, so that's what I do. I breathe slowly, and he holds onto my hands as I attempt grounding myself. I need to calm down. Hell, I want to calm down. What I don't like is the way I'm feeling right now. After a few minutes of sitting on the gravel with Caden beside me, the ringing in my ears ceases, and I think I'm okay enough to stand up, so I do. Caden rises with me and clears his throat.
Let's go into the club. You can sit down for a bit.
I nod, and he leads the way. I'm close behind him, and every few steps he takes a look back to see if I'm okay. The moment I step foot into the clubhouse, the realization hits me like a ton of bricks. My mother's car is still back there. Oh, God, I know I shouldn't be as paranoid and afraid as I am right now, but if I'm not the least bit afraid, am I even human? I mean, I just witnessed a shootout. I was almost killed. I was a fucking captive.
Shit, you're crying.
Caden's words are a shock to me, but sure enough, I wipe my cheeks and tears are streaming down both of them. My mom's car is back at the bar. They could get her license plate number and find out where we live. As much as I want to stop being afraid, my mind won't relent. There are so many things that have already gone wrong tonight, and the possibility more could go wrong is like a guillotine over my head.
Don't worry about it. I'll handle everything.
Caden's tone comes out strong and determined, so much so I instantly feel better. Things haven't been easy between us as of late, so I'm a bit taken aback by how much he's helped me over the last hour. He whistles and clears his throat.
Prospects, stay with Charlie. Don't leave her side until I say so.
His order comes out as a threat, and the next thing I know, 2 people are beside me while the rest of the people in the club are walking toward the back.
Chapter 19. Kinetic. I didn't want to leave Charlie's side, not after what she's been through, but I need to talk to Falcon and Hawk. This is fucking bullshit. Charlie should have never been in the middle of our club issues. No woman should. As bikers, you know what's wrong and what's right. For the most part, any other clubs wouldn't have involved a woman, but Dime and Rocky are fucking idiots. Sure, she shouldn't have been involved because I claimed her as my old lady, but there's more to it than that. It's common fucking sense. Just like being a decent human, you know what to do and what not to do. Women and children are never supposed to get mixed up in the beef between clubs. Rocky and his men know this, yet they decided to bring Charlie into it. Idiots. Every fucking one of them. If a war ensues, I'll gladly shed blood to stand up for what's right. Stepping up to my Prez's office door, I knock and wait for him to call out. Come in. Twisting the doorknob, I open it and step inside with Vader right on my heels. I meet my Prez's eyes, and he knows something's up the moment he catches a glimpse of my face. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out something happened today. Then again, I know I have some dried blood on my cheek. I could have wiped it off before coming in here, but I'm too pissed. Falcon's seen dried blood many times, just like the rest of us have. After he and I talk, I'll go clean myself up. What the fuck happened? Hawk demands, standing from the chair on the opposite side of Falcon's desk. Fucking Rocky and his bullshit, I sneer, pulling the envelope of money out of my cut. Seems like my cousin needs a phone call. I want an explanation, and I want it now, Falcon hisses as he narrows his eyes. Falcon leans forward, clasping his hands together, waiting for me to speak. Charlie was at the waterhole, I inform him. After the meeting, I went up to her so I could speak with her. Wanted to get her the hell out of there, get her away from Rocky. But things escalated quickly. Dime pulled a gun on Charlie and held it against her temple. I ended up killing the bastard. Shit, Falcon grumbles, shaking his head. Is Charlie okay? I nod out of instinct, but I haven't even made sure she's all right. She'll be okay. I'll make sure of it. After I'm done with our conversation, I'm going to check in on her and see if she needs anything. She's had a hell of a day, so she might need to process her feelings for a bit. I'll talk to Viking. I might even have a talk with Rock and Hydra from the Toxic Warriors MC as well. Nodding, Falcon leans back in his seat and rubs his bottom lip as if he's contemplating something. Part of me loves when he does this shit, but the other part of me just wants him to fucking speak. I'm not a mind reader. None of us are. Hydra is going to want to kill the bastards when he finds out, Hawk states, looking at me closely. I nod, confirming Hawk's statement. I might not be close to Hydra or Viking anymore, but that doesn't mean they're not my family. Hydra was married to my aunt, my mother's sister, and is the former prez of the Toxic Warriors MC. When Viking asked us to take this deal with them, he sent Hydra out here along with the former VP of the club to handle overseeing everything. I don't know what the hell is going on with that fucking club, but those assholes crossed the line when it comes to Charlie. Whatever their bullshit is, it doesn't involve us, or our families. Anything else? Falcon asks, eyeing me closely. No. I gotta send a prospect to get Amelia's car from the waterhole, I grumble. I make an internal note to have Bowser check to make sure Amelia's security for the house is updated. Charlie has a right to freak out, and she's right about how easy it is for someone to get her address. They just have to do a reverse search of the license plate. I wouldn't put it past Rocky. I saw the way he looked at Charlie. There's no missing the glint in his eye. It's a look I've seen in the eyes of men who've no remorse and will kill without hesitation. Shit, every time I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror, I see the same thing. But at least I can hold back my inner demons. When it comes to pulling the trigger, I don't even blink. Unlike Rocky, I know the time and place to kill. I'm not a wild card, and there's good reason for it. The way I see it, things boil down to two options. My family or them. I'll put a bullet right between a motherfucker's eyes without a care in the world. Besides Charlie, Vivi, and my parents, the club's my family, and I'll do anything for them. Falcon nods and picks up his cell phone. He taps on his cell, hits the speaker, and sets his phone down on the desk as it starts to ring. Viking answers on the second ring. What's going on, Falcon? Falcon motions for Vader and me to take a seat. I move for one of the two chairs in front of my Prez's desk. Vader goes to sit on the couch. Hawk takes back the seat he was in a few minutes ago and gets comfortable. Seems you've got a big problem with your Oregon charter, Falcon announces, almost too calmly. What happened? Viking demands, his tone almost deadly. Falcon focuses his gaze on me and nods. Leaning forward in my seat, I brace my elbows on my knees and start. I break it down for Viking. I give the man a play-by-play, leaving the best for last by mentioning who my old lady is. You're fucking kidding me, he snarls through the line. Viking knew Charlie. He met her several times when we were teenagers. My cousin knows how I feel about the woman, as does anyone who's somewhat close to me. Nope. Fucker put a gun to Charlie's head. As I speak, my anger comes rushing back. I'll never forget the sight and the possibility of what could have happened. Fuck, I'm done with this bullshit. Don't worry, Kinetic. I'll put in a call to Hydra and Rock. They'll handle the situation and give you a call. Viking sighs. I'll make sure everything is handled once and for all. Rocky has been unstable for long enough. He's all but gone rogue. Not all of my men there are like him. We all know there have been some problems with the Toxic Warriors MC, but we don't bring it up unless we have to. Viking clears his throat and continues. I figure you must have heard about some issues within the club, so I won't act like you don't know. I will say, according to Hydra, it's only a handful who are following the bastard. Way I see it, he's out, and Hydra will see to it that he knows he has no place with my club. I'm not about to have the Toxic Warriors MC associated with him, and the ones following his delusional ass. Viking's words hit me, and I grin. With Rocky being 86th, it means I can kill the fucker without worrying about retaliation. Ending the call with Viking, Falcon eyes me cautiously. Don't do anything stupid, Kinetic. Not gonna do anything stupid, Prez. Just means next time he tries something, I won't hesitate in the slightest. If he fucks with me again, he's going to die. He's lucky I didn't do it today the same way I took out Dime, I mutter, lifting a hand to brush my fingers over my cheek. My fingertips graze against the dried blood still caked on my skin, and I follow the blood until it reaches the corner of my mouth. Right. Just don't go maverick and get yourself killed, he orders. You got it, Prez. I nod. I don't intend to get myself killed. For once, I've got some things I truly want to live for again. Charlie and our daughter, Viviana. Now, I need to go wash up before I go check in and see how she is.
Chapter 20. Charlie.
You're safe now. I hope you know that.
Snowden tells me. He even plasters on a soft smile, and I can tell he's trying to reassure me. I lick my lips, not quite sure what to say. Thank you.
There isn't a need to thank any of us. All we want is to make sure you know nothing is going to happen to you here.
Mace speaks up, and Snowden nods in agreement. I don't know much about these guys, but from what I can tell, they're very kind. Now, I know these two don't realize what happened, but I'm sure they'll be updated at some point. Clearing my throat, I glance around the clubhouse. Do you mind pointing me in the direction of the bathroom? I ask, looking at either of them. Snowden is the one who clears his throat.
Yeah, you go past the kitchen and it's the first door on your left.
Thanks, I tell him as I get up and manage to act like everything's fine. Internally, I'm lying to myself. I know I'm not okay. It's obvious with the way my heart's still pounding in my head. My pulse is so strong I feel as though I might never calm down again. But as I reach the bathroom door and turn the knob, cool air hits me. Lord, they need to keep this door open. It's too damn cold, like the Arctic is here. Sure enough, I flip the light on and shut the door behind me, but just as I shut the door, a German shepherd comes rushing in. Its hair is long, a mixture of bronze and black, and its eyes have a copper glow to them. A beautiful dog, that's for sure. There's a bit of white on its muzzle, meaning it's probably a few years old or so. I bend down and pet the dog, and he wags his tail forcefully. He pants a bit, and I rise, head over to the sink, and turn on the water. All I want is to shock myself a little bit. I know when other people have panic attacks, they'll throw cold water on their face as a way to wake themselves up, in a sense. So I'm going to try and see if it'll work. I form my hands into a sort of bowl and splash the cool water against my face. After the first time, I'm not sure if it's working, so I do it again. I end up splashing the water on my face a few times until I feel like I can finally breathe again. Slowly but surely, my nervousness begins to disappear. Nails hitting against the hardwood floor behind me make me turn to see what's going on. The dog is jumping around like a lunatic, causing me to laugh, and I go down on my knees. The dog jumps around a bit more. I continue to laugh, but before I know it, tears are spilling from my eyes. Shortly, my tears turn into sobs, and the dog comes right up to me. He sits, and it's as if he's furrowing his eyebrows at me. He comes closer and pokes me with his wet nose a few times against my chest. The dog puts his front legs on either side of my legs, and I wrap my arms around him. His fur is soft, and he licks my shoulder as I cry. It's like he knows how upset I am, and he's trying to help. The reality of what happened weighs on me like a ton of bricks. I had a gun held to my head. That man had no problem taking my own life, and I bet if he was given the chance to do so again, he would. Is he even dead? Fuck, I can't remember. There was blood on me, but what if he comes back? What if he's still alive? I try to breathe, but it becomes harder with each attempt. Suddenly I'm wheezing, and the door to the bathroom is being shoved open. Caden stands in the doorway, and he drops to the ground. The door shuts behind him, and he pulls back the dog by its collar.
Easy, Coda.
The dog turns and looks at Caden, but he's showing his teeth.
Whoa, bud, chill. I'm not gonna hurt her.
Caden takes hold of my hand and speaks.
With me. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Release the breath.
I do as he says, and we repeat this over the course of a few minutes until I don't feel so overwhelmed anymore. Caden licks his lips, and we both stay seated for a couple minutes. The dog, who I now know is called Coda, lays down and puts his head on my lap. Is he yours? I ask, changing the subject. I don't want to talk about what happened. Not now, and maybe not ever.
Yeah, he's mine.
Caden tells me. He's sweet. I murmur, brushing my fingertips against his soft fur. He's like a big, soft teddy bear.
To you, maybe. Half the time he can't stand the guys here.
Caden cackles, and I glance up at him and then look back at this sweet angel. I can't see him ever having a problem with anyone. He doesn't seem like a testy dog, I say.
Well, he is. German Shepherds are a fiercely loyal breed, but even they have their limits. Coda doesn't like strangers, but he's seen a lot of shit. He kinda knows when people need him, though.
Without a doubt, I know Caden's right. A bit more silence passes between us, and Caden is the first to speak up.
You've been through a lot tonight, and I think it's time I take you home.
I give him a nod, and as Caden stands, he offers me his hand, and I take it. Caden helps me up, and Coda rises as well. As we leave the bathroom, Coda is right by my side.
Coda's house,
Caden tells the dog, and sure enough, Coda walks back down the hallway. I'm guessing his crate must be in Caden's room, but I could be wrong. Caden takes me out of the clubhouse, and we head toward his bike. We don't say anything, but we don't have to. He gets on first, and I hold on to his shoulder as I throw my leg around the bike. He turns the machine on, and the bike vibrates below us. I wrap my arms around Caden's waist and lean forward, a bit more comfortable than I was earlier tonight. Caden takes off, and at first I close my eyes, but the only thing I see when I close them is what happened at the bar. A chill runs down my spine, and I'm forced to stare at the dark road ahead of us. I focus on the headlights in the other lane, stare at the streetlights we pass, and look at the storefronts. Soon enough, we're pulling into my neighborhood, and Caden parks his bike in the driveway. He quickly turns his bike off, and I climb off. He dismounts as well and leans against it, crossing his arms.
I don't feel right leaving you by yourself tonight.
I'm not alone, Caden, I tell him. He arches a brow.
You know what I mean.
I inhale through my nose and nod. We don't need to state the obvious. I've been through hell tonight. There's no doubt about it. If you want, you can officially meet Vivi tomorrow morning, maybe at breakfast? I ask, knowing there's no easy way for us to navigate this. I've made mistakes in my past, and now it's time I make amends for them. Caden smiles as big as he did when we were kids.
I'd really like that.
Perfect. Do you want to stay, since you don't want to leave? He chuckles lowly.
Obviously. I'll get settled on the couch. It's not like I never slept on that old thing before.
Back when we were teenagers, Mom and Dad would let Caden crash on the couch. They had a rule about not being upstairs in my bedroom, but obviously we managed to get creative with where we had our sexcapades back in the day. Warmth floods my chest as my words spill from my lips. You don't have to sleep on the couch. He draws his brows together, obviously confused by what I've said.
Sorry, what was that?
I bet he thinks he misheard me, but he didn't. You don't need to sleep on the couch. I have plenty of room upstairs. That is, if you don't mind sharing the same space. I don't want to sound like a thirsty woman because that's not what I'm intending. I'm sure it's coming out all sorts of ways, though.
You sure?
He asks, still not buying what I'm saying. I nod and start walking to the house. Caden's a couple feet behind me. I realize I don't have my keys and sigh, but Caden takes a step forward, slides his keys around, and inserts the key. Wow, the guy has a freaking key to my childhood home. He must be helping Mom out quite a bit. Caden opens the door for me, and we both walk inside. He shuts the door and turns the deadbolt behind us, and we make our way up the stairs. Once we're in the bedroom, Caden shuts the doors, and I flip on the light switch. I kick off my heels, and the soles of my feet touch the gray hardwood floors.
Shit, your room has changed.
Caden laughs, taking it all in. My light pink walls are now a light gray, only a few shades darker than white. The curtains are an off-gold color with a glittery shine to them, and I no longer have a wooden headboard. Now it's a dark gray padded headboard with a hexagon design. Even my wall art has changed. Honestly, the entire room has. Mom did a great job painting and making sure we'd be happy here before Vivi and I made the trek across the states. Well, I'm not a teenager anymore. He nods.
Yeah, you're a woman now.
Something in the tone of his voice hits me right in the heart. I don't know what it is, but I can't act like it didn't just happen. Caden takes a step toward me and heat rushes through my body.
Charlie, do you have any idea what I did tonight?
He asks as he brings his fingertips to graze against my cheek. He called me his old lady, but I don't know what it meant. I recognize the way the energy shifted when we were at the bar, but I need him to explain it to me. No, not really. Caden swallows hard and his tone comes out a bit gruff.
I said you were mine, that you were my old lady.
Okay. I still don't know what the hell it means. His eyes search mine like he's trying to tell me something I won't approve of. Instantly, I grow more nervous and he licks his lips.
It means you're my woman, my girl, my ride or die. In this life, we don't take back shit like that, Charlie. And to be honest, I don't want to. Seeing you with a gun to your head, it made me realize as much as I hate what you did, I'm gonna always love you.
Caden kisses me without warning. It's happening so fast, his lips down on mine, his hand behind my neck holding me firmly yet pulling me against him with his other hand. I breathe in and out harshly through my nose, matching his movements. Within minutes, we're shredding the other's clothes off and throwing them down on the floor. Caden hoists me up and shoves me back against the wall. The impact is so hard my clock falls off the wall. Caden and I both share a quick chuckle, but neither of us care about what just happened. We only care about what's happening between us. His eyes scan up and down my body and he growls his desire.
I need to be inside you.
Then fucking take what you want, I tell him, needing this as much as he does. He lines himself up at my entrance and rams himself inside me. I gasp at the sudden intrusion and my pussy heats up. It's like it's on fire, like someone has poured kerosene on it and dropped a lit match. I moan as he holds me against the wall and shoves his cock in and out of me. He drops his mouth to claim my nipples, darting between one and then the other. With every thrust, he's grinding his cock against my G-spot, and I groan in ultimate pleasure. Caden, I dig my nails into his shoulders and he cackles against my breasts. Caden clamps down his teeth on my nipple, and the pain is mixed with pleasure. He slides a hand in between us and rubs my hardened nub. Shit, he groans as I clamp down around his cock. I'm so close, and I think he might be too. Keep going, please, I beg him, needing this more than anything else.
Yes, baby, I got you. I fucking got you.
He promises as he whispers in my ear. Caden picks up his pace and keeps whispering sweet nothings into my ear. He tells me he'll be here for me, that he'll never let anything happen to me ever again, how he'll kill anyone who ever threatens me or our little girl. Basically, he's saying exactly what I need to hear. I come undone in his arms, and Caden holds me up, continuing to drill me like he has the strength of a bodybuilder. I lose it, curling my toes, eyes rolling back into my head, and he stills inside me as his own release comes. By the time he's done, he walks us over to the bed and drops me down on the side. His cock is still hard as a rock, and he grabs onto my hips, yanks me over the side, and covers his mouth over my pussy. Electric shocks go through every limb I have, and he uses his tongue to clean up the mess we just made and create a new one. I grab onto his hair and gladly take whatever he'll give me. I need the distraction, because I'm terrified of how I'll feel when I have a moment to think.
Chapter 21. Kinetic. Ever since the incident at the waterhole, things between Charlie and me have changed drastically. It's hard to believe it's only been 3 weeks. Any chance I can get, I'm spending a lot of time with my girls. We took things slow at first, not wanting to overwhelm Vivi too much. Charlie and I wanted to get my identity, or rather who I was to Vivi, out and in the open. When it came down to the conversation we all had as a family, it was intense. It was much more intense for Charlie and me. When Charlie told Vivi I was her father, she just shrugged her shoulders and acted like it wasn't a big deal. Part of me wonders if deep down, she knew I was her dad. I pretty much work, spend time with them, and then have club shit to do. Charlie even seems to be relaxing with me more day by day. I think we're both seeing everything between us as reignited. She even brought Viviana to the shop one day last week to hang out with me while I worked. Viviana, though she seems like a girly type, enjoyed working with me on a car. Throughout the days, I've gotten to know my daughter. She's a beautiful girl who's bright and witty. She's just like her mama, which is terrifying in itself. I don't regret her for the world, but I'm hoping she won't be too much like her mother. I'm not looking to be a granddaddy in a few years. I want to at least be in my 60s before that shit even has a possibility of happening. Hell, I told Charlie my thoughts about this the other day, and she laughed her ass off. It's nice how things are getting to become normal between us. At least, they're starting to be our version of normal, I guess. Usually I go over to Amelia's to spend time with all of them, but today they're coming to my house. The very place I used to dream of having with Charlie when we were teenagers. I drink my coffee while sitting with my feet kicked up on the banister, staring out at the view in front of me. I'm in the middle of 10 acres backing my grandpa's property. The back of my house faces a lake. On the outskirts of the yard, there are trees. With so much land, it gives Coda room to roam. He loves the freedom of being able to run to his heart's content. Sure, I have a room back at the clubhouse, but I only stay there when it's absolutely necessary. Whether that means we have club troubles going on or if I've been drinking. No one will ever catch me behind a wheel when I've even had a sip of alcohol. One of my friends in high school died because he was driving drunk, and my parents had some hard conversations with me back in those days. Guess they couldn't have a teenage pregnancy one with me, though. Fuck, it makes me laugh. Not my friend being dead, but the fact they didn't have any conversations with me about preventing pregnancy or practicing safe sex. Hell, I'll make sure I terrify the living hell out of Vivi before she even decides to spread her legs for anyone. I'll lie straight through my teeth and tell her getting herpes will make her go blind, or that crabs will cause her to lose a leg. I don't fucking care. I just don't want some nasty boy around my precious angel. Shit, this view is phenomenal. It's one of the reasons that sold me on this place, other than the house itself being exactly what Charlie and I used to talk about having when we were teens. It's simply a bonus it backs up to my grandpa's land. On the plus side, it means I don't have to worry about anyone bothering me. My grandpa owns one side, while the other side of my property belongs to Horseman. Though he doesn't actually have a house on his property. He's been working on building a cabin by himself when he has the time. It's his self-care time or whatever, I guess. Coda barks and stands, alerting me that something's up. They must be coming down the drive. I drop my feet back onto the deck and get up. I place my coffee mug on the table next to my chair and follow Coda to the front. Leaning against the railing, I grin as Charlie parks next to my bike. Viviana jumps out of the car and squeals when she sees Coda.
"Oh my God, he's so beautiful,"
she says, rushing up the stairs to pet him as she turns to look at her mom.
"Mom, isn't he pretty?"
He is, Vivi. Charlie smiles and lifts her gaze to meet mine. You bought this place? She asks, whispering when she gets close enough for Vivi not to overhear. Yeah, I say, shrugging and pulling her against my side. I watch while Viviana coaxes Coda into playing with her. She loves dogs, Charlie says, turning to face me. I know I don't have a right to ask this, but why did you buy this house, Caden? Sighing, I step away from Charlie and take a seat on the swing. I don't know. I bought it after getting out of the military. Being single meant I didn't spend much money, so I had a good bit saved up. I checked out about 15 places in the area before this one, and it seemed perfect.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Just so happens to butt against my grandpa's land, too. And my other neighbor isn't too horrible either. Charlie nods and takes a seat next to me. I rest my arm across the top of it while watching Vivi playing with Coda. She cocks a brow and clears her throat. Now that you've given me the bullshit answer, can you tell me the real one? When I first saw the house, I thought about you, about what we talked about. After that feeling faded, it just felt right. Serene. It was damn near perfect. I needed peace after everything I saw overseas. Being out here gives me a sense of peace I've never had, I murmur, glancing down at Charlie to find her watching me. I haven't asked you about what happened when you were enlisted, but I often wonder, she murmurs in a gingerly tone. You've seen the scars on my body, Charlie. My job wasn't easy. I guess you can say after you broke up with me, I didn't give a damn. I worked hard, showed my commanders what I was capable of, and found my calling. I can't and won't tell you what happened over the years, 'cause it's traumatic as fuck. Just know I'm lucky to be here now, and that I know how to live life to the fullest. Before I went to basic, I didn't know how to fight for what I want. But now I do. I hope she senses the hidden meaning behind my words. I hate that you've endured so much pain, she murmurs, curling into my side. I did what I had to do, I grunt and go back to watching Vivi chasing Coda around the yard. She has a tennis ball and is throwing it as far as she can. He watches her with determined concentration and runs after the ball like his life depends on it. I use my foot to push the swing, and Charlie and I sit in comfortable silence. The only sounds coming from around us are the slight breeze blowing in the trees, along with Vivi's giggles and Coda's playful barks. This is nice, Charlie says, breaking through the silence between us. Yeah, it is, I agree. Where are your parents? She asks. I'm surprised I haven't seen them yet. They're out of the country right now. I tilt my head to meet her gaze once again. Oh, she whispers and licks her bottom lip. Have you, spoken to them? She's basically asking if I filled them in on the last couple of weeks. Talked to them this morning, I nod. They know you're back and about Vivi. I told them after I first found out you were back. Mom wanted to come home immediately, but I told her not to. She's been looking forward to this trip for years.
Where did they go?
All over God's green earth. Chuckling, I shake my head. They started their trip in England and were ending it in Germany. Mom's always wanted to see all of Europe, and for their anniversary, I bought them airline tickets.
That was very nice of you.
Charlie smiles and looks out at the yard again. I guess so. I got them a great Groupon, I grunt, totally fucking with her. Charlie whips her head around to stare at me in surprise.
Stop it. You did not buy them a Groupon.
I did. It was the most expensive Groupon I've ever paid for.
Caden, I can't with you right now. Shit, I can't tell if you're screwing with me or not.
Good. I like to keep you on your toes, I tease her. I'm screwing with you. There isn't a Groupon. But you know this right here is all I ever wanted, right?
What?
Charlie asks as she furrows her brows. She sits up and turns on the swing to look at me a little better. This, right here, I utter, not looking at her. If I do, I'll end up kissing her, and I don't know how she'll feel about it with Viviana around. I personally wouldn't give a damn if my daughter saw me kissing her mom. We haven't exactly been dishing out the public displays of affection. We're kind of sneaking around like we did back in the day, but it adds an element of sexiness to it that I don't mind. Back then, I was stupid to think you'd want to wait for me, though. I'd been selfish when it came to the future. We didn't talk about it enough. But then again, neither of us were great communicators. I stand, needing to move my legs, and lean against the railing.
Caden, I don't think you were the only one who'd been selfish. I screwed up too, but in a way bigger way. I'm just as much to blame,
Charlie states as she stands. She comes over to me and wraps her arms around my waist.
I'm sorry I kept Vivi from you, and I'm so sorry I was an idiotic, terrified girl who pushed away the greatest thing that ever happened to her.
It's in the past now. I hold her against me, placing a kiss on the top of her head. Things have changed, and I know we won't let history repeat itself.
You're right about that.
She nods, snuggling against my chest. Pressing another kiss to her forehead, I grin as Vivi squeals and Coda barks. I was right when I bought this place. It's the perfect place for my own serenity, but for my growing family, too.
Chapter 22. Charlie. Mom, come on! You said we could go! Vivi whines, making a bit of a scene. I promised her we could go to the mall, but I feel like absolute shit. She won't know this for a couple more years, hopefully, but period cramps are an absolute bitch. I have PCOS, so sometimes the pain can be worse than anyone can imagine. Mom, please, I want to get Dad something, she continues, and now I'm stuck caving. Over the last couple weeks, they've really bonded, so much so she's comfortable calling Caden Dad. I'm so happy they're forming a bond like this. I never thought it would happen. But it was due to my own stupidity. In all honesty, I'm glad life worked out the way it has. Not only have I been able to be back here, but I was able to make amends with Caden for what happened in the past. We both accepted blame, but we both know it was more me than him. I was an idiot kid on the brink of adulthood who didn't know what the hell to do. The good thing is we ended up here. Fine, just give me 20 minutes to get ready. Why? Who do you have to impress? Vivi counters, and I have to do a complete 180. I turn and look at her, and she swallows hard before rushing down the stairs. That's what I thought. Lord, the sass on this one is going to be the death of me. I throw on a flowy top and change into a nice pair of jeans that hug my curves just right and head into the bathroom. My hair looks good, but it could use a little freshening up, so I pick up my dry shampoo and spray it all over my hair. I use my fingertips to massage the dry shampoo into my roots, then drag a comb through it. All I need to do now is freshen up my makeup and we'll be ready to go. It only takes a couple minutes for me to finish my look, and I'm heading down the stairs. Vivi is bouncing around in the living room, and my mom is sitting back in her chair reading a book. Want to come to the mall with us? I need to go pick up a few things. Oh, yes, I'd love to. I really want to stop at the new bookstore they just opened up. Cool, there's a new tea shop there, too. It wasn't here before I moved, but the reviews online are awesome. I mention, and she nods. Yes, it is. That's where I bought the pomegranate hibiscus tea you like so much. Awesome. Vivi, you ready to go? I ask her. Her hair comes down in loose curls, and they frame her face perfectly. Against her alabaster skin, her hair makes her eyes pop. Every time I look into her eyes, all I see is her father. Yep, Vivi exclaims, and we all walk out to my mom's car. Thankfully, a prospect for the club went and got it from the bar the other night. Caden kept it at his club for an extra day, and I'm not too sure why, but I think it's because they were looking it over to make sure nothing was damaged. At least it's what I'm telling myself so I can sleep better at night. Oh, shoot. Go on ahead. I'll be out in the car in a minute. I got distracted and forgot my ovaries and uterus have been attacking me. Vivi and my mom go on, and I head into the kitchen, open the medicine cabinet, and grab 2 Tylenol. I take the pills and go back out to the car, but I see Vivi's in the passenger seat. She rolls down her window as soon as she realizes I'm not playing around. I take my hand and motion for her to get in the back. Snooze and you lose, Mom. Little girl, you best get your butt out of my seat, I tell her with an authoritative tone. She huffs but unbuckles her seatbelt. Vivi gets out of the passenger side, opens the door to the seat behind me, and gets in. Meanwhile, I get settled in the passenger seat. As I'm buckling up, I notice the amused smirk on my mother's face. I like seeing you bicker. Reminds me of the good old days. Good old days, huh? I was so much worse than she is at this age. I shake my head, remembering what a terror I was. As I got a bit older, it got easier, but man, I don't know how my mom didn't just kick me to the curb. She's a saint for putting up with me back then. Yep, so just remember that when she's being a terror. It'll remind you how you could have had it worse, and it'll teach you some patience. So, what are we going to the mall for besides books and tea? Mom asks while she puts the car in reverse and pulls out onto our street. She throws the car into drive and we're on our way. Well, Vivi is going to be starting school in about a month, so I wanted to get a head start on her back-to-school shopping before everyone else does. Oh, that's smart. Wow, what grade are you going to be in this year, sweetheart? Mom asks while she glances at Vivi in the rearview mirror. 6th, Vivi answers her. Goodness, I blinked and now you're going to middle school. Mom's words really resonate with me. I can remember the day they put her on my chest, and the fear I felt knowing I was responsible for her. Even now I remember the ache in my heart. I wanted Caden there, even if I didn't know it back then. I was afraid of so much. I was afraid of the world, afraid of him getting killed, afraid of being with him and him leaving us behind. I was afraid of so much. So I pushed the man I loved more than anything away. I pushed him away so forcefully he might have never come back in my life. And if it weren't for my divorce, we might never have reconnected. Caden and I aren't just reconnecting for Vivi. We're giving this a go again. But I won't make the same mistakes I did when we were young. I've grown, and I've learned so much over the years. By now I know what not to do and what to do. Or at least I hope I do. Life is nothing but a lesson. Mom drives on the interstate, and within 10 minutes we're at the mall, all of us walking across the parking lot and in through the massive doors. Once we're inside, we go where Vivi wants to first. She sees a teenager-styled boutique and instantly likes the things that have a bohemian style. She grabs a couple gold chains, a black sweater that's knitted, and she finds a pair of jeans and comes over to me. Mom, can I get these? Like, is it too much if I do? I scan over her items and give her a nod. I have a feeling we're going to spend a lot more than this today, honey. Is there anything else here you like? Vivi scans around the boutique one last time and grabs a mint-colored t-shirt, a mustard-colored rain jacket, and a small pack of rings. We then head over to the cashier and check out. By the time we're said and done, we've only spent a little over $100 at this store, which isn't too horrible. Next, we head into the bookstore for Mom, and Vivi goes over to the young adult reading section. I like to read, though I don't love it as much as my mom does. Vivi's standing about 20 or so feet from us, but the cover of the book she's reading catches my eye. It's of an eye, actually, where part of it looks like it's a dead tree struggling to grow, and the other half is a waterfall. "You want me to grab that one for you, sweetie?" Mom questions Vivi. Vivi comes over, and I see the book is Shatter Me by Mafia. The cover is absolutely breathtaking, that's for sure. "That would be awesome! Is it okay if I go and look at some more?" My mom looks like a kid on Christmas morning, but my daughter doesn't yet realize she's making an avid reader's dreams come true. "Yes, of course. Take your time. Your mom and I need to chat anyway. There's a cafe in the bookstore. We'll go grab a cup of tea, and if you need us, we'll be right over there." Mom points over to the cafe, which is within eyesight of Vivi. I've never been one of those parents who are comfortable with leaving their kids alone. Then again, I can be anxious as hell sometimes. Mom and I leave Vivi be while she browses the shelves, and I order a matcha latte while my mom orders a chai tea. She seems disgusted as I drink my latte, so I raise a brow. "I wanted to ask what it is we need to discuss, but what's with you grimacing at me?" "Oh, it's nothing. I don't know how anyone can drink that sludge." She averts her eyes to my drink. "It's not that bad. Sure, it's different, but different is good sometimes." "It looks like you're drinking grass." I crack up at my mother's words. "It's only finely ground up green tea. It has some amazing benefits to drinking it." Mom waves her hands in front of me. "No, thank you. Keep that grass drink to yourself." Mom must be pretty loud because I hear a giggle from behind me and turn around to see the barista trying to hide her smile. But back to what I brought you on over here for. What's going on in my home, young lady? Huh? I stare at her in complete bewilderment. Don't act like you don't know, Missy. I saw Caden's bike parked out front about 3 weeks back, and I've been seeing his bike here on occasion. Mom raises her brows, waiting for me to say something. His bike is at the house all the time now, I point out. Yes, but the times I'm speaking about are specifically at night. Mom nods, looking at me with a bit of judgment. I don't think she means to, though. I think she wants the tea, or gossip, so to speak. And you're an adult. You know what's going on, I reply. And you're not going to hide it? I break out in a fit of laughter. And wait, do you think I'd hide it? Mom, I'm not a teenager who's sneaking around anymore. I'm an adult who has sex on occasion. On occasion, huh? Mom cocks a brow at me and I cackle. I think I might have gotten sideways slut-shamed from my mother. She knows what it's like, though, so I won't take it to heart. We're figuring things out. I don't know how it happened, but what started out as slowly dating sort of fell into a relationship. We didn't even know if reconnecting would even work. I'm partially telling her the truth. She doesn't need to know what happened at the bar a few weeks back. She loves Caden, and if she were to ever find out about this side of his life, I don't know what she'd think. I don't want her to have any negative views about him. I'm so glad you're together again. From the moment you two started dating all those years ago, I never thought you two wouldn't take it to the long haul. Mom smiles, and I know this is us getting her seal of approval. I'm glad she knows now, so it won't feel like I've been hiding anything from her. I glance over after seeing Mom look to her left. She's looking at Vivi, who has about 5 books in her hands. It's great seeing both of them like this. and even though things didn't work out in New York, I'm not disappointed.
Chapter 23. Kinetic. Kinetic. I lift my head to see who's calling my name. Snowden's making his way toward the pool table I'm hunched over, getting ready to make a shot. What? I ask, looking back to line up with the cue ball. Bowser's on the phone. Said he tried calling you, Snowden says, holding the club's landline out for me. Landline. It's still surprising we have one of those. Most people communicate through texts or calling cells, but not Falcon. He's old school. At least we don't have one of those long-ass cords hanging out the end of it. Damn it. Straightening myself up, I grab the phone and bring it to my ear. Yeah? Brother, you're gonna want to get to Amelia's place, Bowser growls through the line. There are about 6 bikes parked across the street. What the fuck? Why would there be bikes over at Amelia's place? Shit, I snarl, clenching the phone in my hand. Does anyone have eyes on the riders? Are they still with their bikes? So many questions are running through my head right now, and I want answers. Deep down, I know what's happening. I've seen shit like this happen far too often not to know. Rocky's making his move. After what happened at the waterhole, he all but disappeared. Him and the dumbasses who've turned their backs on their club. This is them. It has to be. We haven't pissed anyone else off lately, and the bikes just so happen to be outside of my old lady's house. Well, her mom's, but it's her house too. For fuck's sake, my kid lives there. Rocky doesn't know how badly he's fucking up, but I guarantee he soon will. 3 are standing on the sidewalk next to them, Bowser answers. He said there are 6 bikes there, which only means 3 of them are inside the house. Shit. We're on the way, I say, tossing the phone to Snowden. I scan the room and find Falcon and Hawk sitting at a table with Horseman, Moneybags, and Raja. They're playing poker not too far away from where we're standing. Falcon meets my gaze and places his cards down. I must look fucking livid or like something's wrong. Usually I have to speak up when shit's hitting the fan, but not today. What's going on? Bowser's at home. He called me. Noticed something weird going on at Amelia's place. There are bikes parked out front, and they're obviously not ours. 3 men are outside, and the rest aren't anywhere to be seen, I state and stalk over to the doors leading outside. I do a mental check over my guns. They're strapped in my double holster, under my cut. Both clips are full, and I cleaned the barrels a week ago after doing some target practice. I don't bother looking behind me to see whether or not my brothers are following me. Making it to my bike, I throw a leg over. My mind is on only one thing, and that's getting to Amelia's. I need to make sure they're all safe. The blood in my veins pulse rapidly through my body. I've been on more missions than I can count. Missions that should have scared the ever-loving daylights out of me. But nothing's ever made me feel like this. I don't want to think about something happening to them. Amelia, Charlie, Vivi, they're my fucking family. As I ride, it's hard to push back the emotions flooding through my mind, but as I pull onto their street, I force everything back. I'm seeing red. The 3 men Bowser told me about are still outside, but now they're standing in front of Amelia's, kicking into my brother's ribs. Shit, I need to act quickly. Rushing, I put the kickstand down, not worrying about if I actually did. If my bike falls over, I'll fucking deal with it. Family is more important than anything else. Jumping into the fray, I tear them off my brother to find him not only beaten to a bloody pulp, but they've shot him too. Vader squats down next to Bowser as I turn to take on the bastards who did this to him. Unfortunately, my other brothers are already taking care of that. Fuck. Turning to the door, I stalk to find it thrown open by one of the other 2 men with Rocky. Well, well, well. Finally decided to join the party, I see, Rocky says, coming to stand on the front stoop of Amelia's house. What the hell are you playing at? Falcon says, coming to stand next to me. I don't know what you mean, Falcon. I see this as a family affair. So why don't you back away and let Kinetic here come on in? I mean, this is his old lady, baby girl, and his mother-in-law, right? Rocky snickers while his eyes focus in on the living room. I don't know who he's looking at, but I don't like this. Fuck, and this baby girl of yours. But before you come in here, toss that gun into the other room. There isn't going to be any funny business today, Kinetic. This motherfucker is talking about my daughter, waving his gun in my direction. The way he's looking at Vivi is fucking sickening, and I'll tear the motherfucker's eyes out the second I get close enough. I ignore my prez's grumbling about not going in the house. He wants me to wait until I have backup, but I don't have another choice right now. If I don't go in, he could hurt one of them. We've done this plenty of times, Prez. You know it as well as I do. Just think like it's another mission. I'll go in, and you guys come rushing in when all hell breaks loose, I say, reminding him of all the times we went through similar situations. We survived overseas, so we can handle this. This is my family we're talking about. My old lady, daughter, and the woman who's been a second mother to me for years. I won't let any of them get hurt. Not at the hands of this psychopath or his lunatic brothers. Stepping into the house, Rocky nods to the living room. Go ahead and join the rest of the party. Tweak, stand guard at the door. Shoot anyone who tries to come up the stairs. Rounding the corner, I clench my fists at my sides at the sight of Viviana and Amelia tied to dining room chairs. Taking in the tears running down their faces, I make a silent promise to kill this motherfucker as slowly and with the most pain that I can. Rocky has Charlie facing them. Now that everyone's here, let's get down to it, Rocky says, stepping further into the room. Kinetic, why don't you stand between the old bitch and your sweet little girl?
Daddy,
Viviana whimpers, tears streaming down her face. She stares at me with hope in her eyes, and I want nothing more than to tell her this will be okay. Fuck, I'm gonna tell her. It's gonna be okay, baby. I'll keep you safe. Trust me, it'll all be over soon, I murmur quietly to her, hoping to soothe her fears. Turning back to Rocky, I narrow my eyes on him. What is it you think you'll accomplish here? Simple. You killed my brother at the water hole. It's only fair. You know, eye for an eye. He sneers and waves the gun back and forth between Viviana and Amelia. Charlie here is going to pick between the three of you who will die and who will live.
No, please. Don't do this. Don't make me choose,
Charlie cries with wide eyes as she stares at Rocky in horror. He's forcing her to make an impossible decision. You're gonna choose, or I'll just go ahead and kill them all, Rocky shouts. Now, fucking choose, bitch. Charlie's eyes meet mine, and I give her a slight nod. If she has to choose, then it should be me. But I have a feeling that the person she chooses isn't who he'll shoot. Rocky is a conniving bastard, one who likes to play games. It won't be shocking if he changes the rules to this game.
I can't,
she stutters, tears spilling down her cheeks.
Please don't do this. You can't ask me to choose between them.
I said fucking choose, Rocky roars, pulling the trigger. The shot goes off, hitting me in the shoulder. Next shot will be your daughter. I ignore the sounds coming from outside. I know what the commotion Rocky's making. Not only do we have my brothers out there, but the cops will be on their way too. There's no way the neighbors didn't call this in.
Please don't do this,
Charlie cries. Choose who dies now, Rocky snarls, aiming the gun at my daughter. Baby, it's okay. Go ahead and give him my name, I tell her calmly, taking a step closer to my daughter.
I'm sorry,
she whispers and says my name.
Caden.
Rocky laughs but doesn't take the gun off my daughter. I jump at Rocky as he pulls the trigger. I ignore the pain erupting inside me and tackle him as Charlie rushes over to our daughter. I collapse to the ground, taking Rocky down with me, but not before he gets another shot off.
Daddy!
Viviana screams my name. Everything seems to happen in a blur of motion from there, and I lie there knowing my brothers will take care of everything else from here.
Chapter 24. Charlie. No, no, no! I scream and then shriek at the top of my lungs. This isn't okay. Blood. There's blood everywhere. Caden, I feel like I'm talking, but I know I'm not getting any words out. I can't manage to put any word together besides the word no. Vivi is screaming behind me, and the next thing I know, bodies are flying around. I can't hear anything besides white noise. It's like watching a movie with no sound. I yank off my white tank top and drop to the ground. I ball up my shirt and press it against his wound, pushing as hard as I can. This has to work. It just has to. Caden grimaces, but I see the shock in his eyes. He's here physically with me right now, but he's not here. I stare at Caden, and he mouths my mother's name, Amelia. I look over to the right and see her eyes wide open, staring in my direction. Blood soaks her face, and I know where the bullet went, straight into her head. It's hard to look at her like this, but I don't want to look away. I'm afraid if I close my eyes, I won't ever be able to see her again. The white noise quickly turns to so much. I hear men's voices, gunfire, and shuffling feet. I hear Caden as he rasps for breath.
Vivi. Is Vivi.
I look at my daughter, and she's fine. Her hands are tied behind her back, and I take Caden's hand. I place his hand over his wound, and he pushes down. Meanwhile, I grab the knife I know Caden keeps buried in his front pocket out. I go around to the back of Vivi and cut her wrists and legs free. She hits the ground and stares at me with fear in her eyes. I know there's a lot going on right now, but I need you to push on the shirt I have over your dad's wound. We need to try and stop the bleeding. I direct Vivi, knowing if she doesn't keep focused how much of a wreck she'll be. She'll break down and freak out the same way I would if I was her age experiencing all of this. The remaining members of the Toxic Warriors MC flee and Vader rushes over to Rocky. He jumps midair like a linebacker at a playoff game. Rocky hits the ground and Vader plummets his fists into Rocky as much as he can. For a moment, I can't tear my eyes away from the scene. I want him to break every bone in Rocky's face, plus more. I want him to hurt much more than any of us ever will. Falcon rushes over, puts his gun back in his holster, and screams out to the crowd,
"They're gone. Get his stupid ass out of here before the whole brigade shows up. I don't want to hand him over to anyone in uniform. He's done too much to our club, and he's going to pay for it."
A few of the guys grab Rocky and rush out of here. Vivi's cries coat her father's stomach, and I do my best to console her. It's going to be okay. How? Nothing is okay right now, she screams as more tears continue to drip down her face. She's a child. She shouldn't be seeing any of this. The father she's just met only a few months ago is now fighting for his life. She's right, though. Nothing is okay. I'm doubting every decision I've made about coming back here in this very moment, because if I stayed in New York, maybe my mother would still be alive. Tears come crashing out of me like a dam that's just been bombed. Is it even safe for us now? Now that my immediate family has become some sort of public enemy number one to these toxic warriors? The sirens of an ambulance fill the background, growing increasingly louder as the moments pass. The next thing I know, they're right outside the door, and then they stop. 2 men in blue uniforms come rushing in with a gurney.
"Another unit is on the way. Who's hit the worst?"
"He is," Caden speaks up. "Mine is a flesh wound." Vivi keeps his wound covered with my shirt, and my once white tank top is now red. Caden was shot above his collarbone, but in the flesh between the shoulder. I'm not sure if anything important is there, but I've watched enough medical dramas to know we need to try and stop the bleeding. The paramedics nod and go to the other club member who needs them, and Caden looks right at Vivi.
I'm gonna be okay, baby girl. You just got me, and there's a hell of a long time for me to make your life horrible. I'm supposed to tell you that you can't date boys for at least 30 more years.
Vivi laughs at his comment, but her eyes widen as she focuses on his stomach, right above his hip bone. "Wait, Mom, did you know about this one?" Vivi asks and looks to Caden's stomach. I didn't even realize blood was pooling from his stomach. I've been so focused on his shoulder this entire time. Shit! I take in a much-needed breath and try to figure out what to do now. They said another paramedic would be here in no time, so I stay calm because it's all I can do right now. Still, I frantically look around for something to cover his other wound with. But I'm standing here in nothing but my bra, and there's no way I'll ask for Vivi's shirt. Falcon must know what's going through my head because he tears his cut off, removes his shirt, and hands it to me. Falcon puts his cut back on as I press his shirt against Caden's stomach wound. He grimaces as I press down, and I feel terrible for causing him more pain. I'm so sorry, but I have to do this.
It's okay. Do what you need to do,
he tells me, even trying to calm my worries while we're in this crazy situation. The paramedics get Bowser into their ambulance when the second team comes in, and they take Caden, Vivi, and me with them. The entire ambulance ride's over before I know it, but I haven't been focusing like I should be. It's like I'm not the person in my own body. It's hard to explain, but it's as if I'm a fly on the wall watching a woman's life pass me by. Caden is taken back by the trauma team while Vivi and I are checked out. We don't have anything besides superficial wounds, rope burns, stuff like that. I'm more worried about our mental health after this, as opposed to our physical one. Every minute passes slowly, but I understand why the doctors and nurses are taking their time. We probably went through some sort of trauma in their rule book. I will let them take whatever time they want for Vivi and I, but the moment they're done, I want to know how Caden is. Time passes, and eventually Vivi and I are left alone. She looks right at me, and the pain of today will stay with this girl for a long time. One look, and I know this will haunt her. He killed her. Without a doubt in my mind, I know she's talking about her grandmother. He did, and I'm so sorry, baby. Vivi looks down at the ground, and I know she's trying to hold back the pain coursing through her. She tries so hard to be such a strong kid. Since she was little, she's never wanted to cry. She's always been one who tries to be so strong, even when she should be crying. I think the shock of earlier made her cry in the moment, but now that she's had time to process, she's back to putting up her wall. A light rap comes to our door, and a brunette woman comes walking in. She glances right at me, and a somber expression crosses her face. "Hi, ladies, I'm Dr. Fields. I wanted to come in and check to see how you're both doing." She seems nice enough, but as she comes further into the room, I wonder what she's doing here. She hasn't checked our vitals as of yet, isn't looking over our wounds, and she's not the doctor we had treating us a while ago. "We're as well as can be expected," I speak up, politely telling the woman to fuck off. She plasters on a fake smile. "I completely understand. I wanted to come here and tell you both that we have resources, amazing doctors, and therapy groups for people who've been in situations similar to yours." I cut her off right there. Clearing my throat, I make sure she knows who it is she's talking to. I'm not some dumb woman who won't take care of my kid or avoid my own mental issues. I can assure you, no one knows what it's like to go through what we did. Now, I appreciate your trying to help, but now isn't the time. Dr. Field's eyes widen and she gives me a curt nod. Okay then, I'll come in to check on you both later. She takes the hidden message, but even if she didn't, she'd be able to tell because of the tension in the room. Dr. Fields goes through the door and it closes behind her. I appreciate all the help she tried to offer, but right now isn't the time. I didn't mean to be super callous with her, but I find if I don't get my point across, people will try to pressure you. The most important thing right now is Vivi. The last thing she needs right now is to get some lecture from an emergency room doctor who's trying to preach about the importance of mental health, especially when she hasn't even had a moment to work through how she feels about this all. Vivi gnaws on her bottom lip and leans against me, so I wrap my arms around my little girl, who isn't so little anymore. I close my eyes and wish I could take this pain away from her, but we both know I can't.
Chapter 25. Kinetic. Beep, beep, beep. The smell of antiseptic hits my nose and nausea comes over me. I focus as hard as I can to keep from puking. Without opening my eyes, I know where the hell I am. Being in a hospital is something I hate more than anything. It brings back far too many memories of the last time I woke up in the same environment. It was after that last mission where we lost Jones. I don't want to think about it. It's not a time of my life I ever want to remember. It takes me a moment to gather my bearings. Memories swirl around in my head. Bowser's phone call. Rocky. Charlie. Viviana. Amelia. Fuck. Groaning, I open my eyes and scan the room, needing to find Charlie. She's sitting in a chair next to my bed with a hospital blanket on her lap. Viviana is curled up against Falcon, sleeping on the small couch they have against the wall. My Prez's eyes are on me, though. Prez, I croak, clearing my throat. My voice comes out hoarse as hell. Gently, Falcon stands without waking my daughter. He walks over and stops at the foot of my bed. Good to have you back, brother. Don't do that shit again. I'd do it again in a heartbeat for my girls, I grumble, furrowing my brows in concern. Bowser? He's in the ICU right now. Internal bleeding, and they had to take his spleen, Falcon reports. He should be good in no time. Nodding, I get down to business. Rocky? Falcon clenches his teeth and glances over to Charlie to find her stirring. Whole situation is fucked up. Raja, Bones, and Horsemen were able to get him out the back and over to Bowser's until proper transport could come. Good thing the police that showed up are on payroll. Thank fuck. We won't have to worry about anyone else fucking with the vengeance we deserve. Yeah, guess it's good to be in with the local PDs, huh? I grin, making light of the situation. They get Rocky to the cells? Oh, he's in the cells. Everyone's itching to have a piece of him, but they're waiting on you. You get first dibs, naturally. I nod and wait for him to finish. I called Hydra. When you're ready, he and his VP Rock are gonna come by, officially stripping the bastard of his patch. With him having gone off the radar like he did, they couldn't find him. They don't want him dying wearing that cut, and I don't blame them. Rocky's been 86'd by the Toxic Warriors MC, and I'm glad. If my cousin was going to support Rocky, we'd have even more bloodshed between our clubs. I wouldn't have wanted to go to war with my cousin, but I would if I didn't have another choice. When I get out of here, that's the first fucking thing I'm taking care of. Fucker dies slowly, and I know just how. I fume. I won't make his death easy.
Caden. Charlie's beautiful voice is music to my ears. Turning my head to meet her gaze, I give her a smile. Hey, beautiful, I say, smiling at her. I'll head out and let everyone know you're good, Falcon says, heading for the door. If you need anything, I'll be in the waiting room. Thanks, Prez, I call after him. Daddy? Viviana calls my name, and I find her joining her mom next to my side, looking very tired. Hey, baby girl, I murmur, holding out my arms for both of them, needing to know they're okay. Gingerly, Viviana and Charlie lean in and wrap their arms around me. I kiss both of them at the temple before they pull away. As they do, I get a good look at them, seeing the superficial markings on them from the rope. Viviana looks from me to her mom and excuses herself. I'm gonna go join Uncle Falcon. See if he'll get me a drink. Uncle Falcon? Since when did my Prez become her uncle? Then again, I knew my brothers would end up wrapped around Viviana's finger once they officially met her. She's a beautiful little girl. It doesn't matter she's nearly a teenager now. Shit, those years will be here before I know it, and I'm not ready. Then again, how could I be when she's practically the spitting image of her mother? Charlie was the most beautiful girl in high school, and if Viviana keeps getting more beautiful by the day, well, I'll have a pile of dead boys buried on my property. If only Viviana knew just how much her world is going to change when it comes to growing up. Not only does she have me to worry about when it comes to dating, she's got the entire club behind her as well. Oh shit, she's fucking screwed in that department. It's not like I'm letting her date until she's 30. I remember being a teenage boy and constantly wanting in Charlie's pants. Shit. Yeah. Nope. My daughter isn't dating. Not if I can help it. I'm not about to let some dickhead touch her. Whoever she ends up with has to be able to prove he's good enough. And still, I don't think that'll happen. This just makes me think I need to have a conversation with my brothers soon about Vivi and how we're not going to let her date. They'll back me up, just like I know they will. Okay, baby, but don't go anywhere else, Charlie states, tucking our daughter's hair behind her ear. I won't. She nods and brings her gaze to me. Thank you for saving me, Daddy. I'll always save you, Vivi, I say, meaning every word. When it comes to Viviana and Charlie, I won't hesitate to put my life down for theirs. If it means dying for them to live, I'll accept my death. It doesn't mean I go down without a fight, though. Viviana leaves my room, and I focus my gaze on Charlie. Sliding over in an already small bed, I motion for her to join me. Come here. Charlie climbs up and curls her front against my side, resting her head on my good shoulder. She's yet to say anything else besides my name. I give her the time she needs as I savor the feeling of her body next to mine. Mom's gone, she whispers, breaking the silence. What? I ask, needing to make sure I heard her right. Mom. Her voice hitches. He killed her. Charlie sobs, and I'm gutted at the news Amelia's dead. I'm sorry, baby. So fucking sorry, I murmur. I wish I could have saved her for you. You protected our daughter. That psycho was about to shoot Vivi. You saved her. Mom wouldn't have wanted you to choose her over her granddaughter, Charlie cries. Her tears gut me more, because I know she's right. It doesn't make it easier, though. Still wish I could take this pain from you. I did. I hated knowing she was hurting. Shit, I'm hurting right along with her. Amelia was a second mom to me, and now she's gone. I swear, the moment I'm out of here and can take care of that fucker, I'm going to make sure his death is truly slow and painful. He'll pay for taking Amelia's life. I won't rest until he does. Holding Charlie close as she cries, releasing the pain I have no doubt she's been holding in since everything went down. If I know anything about Charlie, she won't let anyone see her like this. She's always been strong like that, never wanting people to see her when she's upset. She'll hold it in until she can't anymore. And that right there twists a knife even more into my chest. Because if it wasn't for me, Charlie wouldn't be crying right now. Amelia would still be here, and Viviana's life never would have been threatened. There's no way to turn back the clock, but I can make sure Charlie's and Vivi's pain ease with time.
Chapter 26. Charlie. As a child, I thought grief would get easier as life went on. Sadly enough, it doesn't get easier. It hurts just as much, and the pain is horrendous. You just become accustomed to death, because throughout life you're going to lose people. I've known this as the years have passed, but I never thought I'd lose my mother. Sure, my dad died, but before my mom died, I thought she was immune to mortality. I didn't expect it, and I certainly didn't know what to do once it happened. I didn't know how to cope, and I surely didn't know what had to be done when someone died. I understood the basic things, like arranging a funeral, opening an estate, and notifying her insurance company, the bank, all of that. But I didn't think about my childhood home or having to pack up so many years' worth of memories. It was hard at first, but the funeral is in a few days, and I go over to my mom's house every day to pack more of her life into a small cardboard box. Vivi's helped me a bit, but she started school 2 days ago, and I don't want to dampen her excitement for starting the school year. I pull my mom's car up to Caden's house, and the sun's starting to set for the evening. Putting the car into park, I unbuckle my seatbelt and get out. I go to the back, grab a cardboard box I filled with old photo albums, and make my way up Caden's porch. Coda's lying down on his bed, and his tail wags the moment he sees me. "Hey there, buddy," I say as I kneel. He comes right up to me and licks my hand. I give Coda a scratch behind the ears, and once he's had his fill of me, he goes back to his red plaid bed. It's right outside the front door, which might be odd for most families, but Coda loves to look over the property. He lets us know when anyone is near, or if something isn't right. Coda actually barked the other day because a stray had wandered into the yard. We were able to get him in the car, take him to a local vet, and luckily he was microchipped. Thankfully, that day we reunited a missing pup with its family. I rise and walk in through the front door, immediately spotting Vivi leaning against her father. A movie's playing in the background, and Caden puts his index finger in front of his lips, silently asking me to be quiet. I don't know how it happened, but Vivi and I moved in with Caden after the shooting. He and I didn't have a conversation about it. We just sort of grabbed our stuff and came here. At first, I think it was because we didn't want to be in my childhood home. Mom was just murdered, and the thought of being in her space gutted me. Vivi didn't tell me she felt the same way, but I know my daughter. She didn't even have to tell me. She walked in and out of the house so quickly it was practically obvious. Vivi has her own room, and Caden has gotten her to come out of her shell. Even with everything that's happened, she's opening up to him more and more each day. He's even taken her in town for a couple IKEA runs, so he can help get her room set up just the way she wants it. Luckily, he has a big truck, so it's made transporting things easier. Some of the guys from the club were over at my mom's house today to bring some of Vivi's furniture here. Before Mom died, she ordered her this beautiful bookshelf, and it was shipped to her house today, so the guys brought it over here and assembled it for Vivi. Vivi's really starting to love reading, and I know she got that from Mom. She hasn't asked me to do this yet, but I'm saving all of Mom's books. I'm packing them away in boxes, and if Vivi ever wants to read them, I'll let her. I think it could help her as she grieves, especially since those two connected over reading.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Caden whispers lowly to me. I narrow my eyes, not quite sure what he's doing at first. He scoops Vivi up into his arms and holds her against his chest. I want to tell him to put her back down and wake her up, but I know he won't. He's trying to soak up all of these fatherly duties while he can. He missed out on so much when she was younger, and I'm certain we're going to have one spoiled princess on our hands. He's out of the woods when it comes to being shot, but the doctors told him he needs to rest. Leave it to Caden Kelly to be back to work only a week after he had surgery. We fought tooth and nail about it, and he promised me he'd only be doing paperwork. Luckily, he was telling me the truth, but I wasn't too happy about it. One thing I've learned is when to argue about something and when not to. So as long as he wasn't getting under cars and twisting his body in all sorts of ways, I wasn't going to say anything. Caden proceeds to take her upstairs, and I head toward the front door, opening it for Coda. While I'm at the front door, I set the box of photo albums down on the table beside it. Coda comes waltzing in, wagging his tail like always. He sleeps with Vivi at the foot of her bed every night. Those two have developed quite a bond, and I'm glad. Sometimes I think he knows she's hurting, because animals can sense those types of things, but I'm not certain. "Come on, Coda, bedtime," I say, and he shoots right up, walks in the house, and looks around for Vivi. "She's upstairs, buddy," I tell him, and he goes forward, heads up the stairs, and rounds the railing. Coda goes straight into Vivi's room, and I can see Caden sliding her in bed from where I stand. We have a beautiful home, one where I could simply holler from the couch if I needed Vivi to come down the stairs. From the couch, we can see up the stairs, in the bonus area, and 3 out of the 4 bedrooms. Our master suite is up the stairwell and to the right, and we have the most beautiful view of the property. We can see the creek and even have a mountain view. Caden turns off Vivi's light and shuts the door, then proceeds to come down the stairwell. I shut the front door and turn the deadbolt. Caden heads toward the couch, so I kick off my shoes and go sit beside him. He smiles at me, but his expression goes stoic, like he knows so much is on my mind.
"What are you thinking?"
"Nothing, really. Just tired is all." I answer him honestly and nestle against his side. He throws an arm around me and kisses the top of my head.
"If you need to talk about anything, you know I'm here."
This is one of the many things I love about Caden. He's so patient with me. He gives me the ability to tell him if I need something from him, instead of demanding an answer out of me. He's an absolute dream come true. I glance up at him and look into his deep mahogany eyes. He smiles widely and cackles.
"What on earth are you looking at me like that for?"
"Like what?" I ask, not quite sure what he's referring to.
"Like I'm some dream dude or some shit."
He laughs, even saying it, and I grab onto the hand he has set on his leg. I look down at his hand in mine and lock my eyes on his once more. "Because you are my dream guy, Caden Kelly, and I'm so lucky. I was lucky when we were 2 stupid kids in love, but now I'm even luckier."
"I don't tell you this enough, baby, but you're not half bad yourself."
I roll my eyes and Caden grabs onto my chin. Whoa, I grumble, not liking the way he's holding my face. He stares at me like I'm a child who's about to be punished.
Stop with that shit.
With what? I didn't say anything.
You didn't have to. I saw it all over your face. We both have regrets, Charlie. We're always gonna have them. But you need to stop letting the stupid shit we both did back then cloud the good moments we have now. We're together again. We live together. Our family is whole. Anytime I compliment you, I see the guilt flash across your face. I know you're trying to punish yourself for it even more, but you don't need to. Baby, it's in the past, and life brought us back together. Sometimes I'm glad life happened the way it did, 'cause look at us. We're grown now, and our relationship is better for it. Fuck, if I had to do it all over again, I would. And I'd still choose the same shit.
Caden's words hit me straight in the heart, and I grab onto his face and crush my lips onto his. Our kiss starts out slow, like two teenagers making out. He slides his arm around my waist, and I somehow manage to slide over his groin. Both of my legs are on either side of him, and his hands rake up and down my back. We stay like this for minutes, and he snakes his hand up my back, yanks the scrunchie out from my hair. My hair falls and frames my face, but it's curlier than usual. On these humid days, my hair gets a bit more texture to it. He snickers to himself as he breaks our kiss and looks over me. Caden continues to stare, and I don't know what's on his mind. So I ask him, "What?" His smile grows even bigger, and he licks his lips.
You're just so damn beautiful. Sometimes I just like to look at you.
Okay, so look at me later. We're busy right now, I tell him, and he cracks up. I haven't seen him laugh like this in a while, so his outburst is very welcome. But he quickly collects himself and looks at me with serious eyes.
I might not always be able to look at you like this, Charlie, and I want to remember every part of you.
Most women with biker boyfriends would think he means death, but I don't take it that way at all. Caden, I groan and throw my head back, giving myself a moment to think about how to say this in a non-bitchy way. I meet my eyes with his again and have an equally serious expression across my face. Why are you talking like this?
I'm not trying to be depressing or anything. Just want you to know I want to soak up every waking moment I have with you.
Again, Caden's words hit me right in the heart. All right, then accept the fact I'm not going anywhere, I tell him as I bring my lips to his again and wrap my arms around my neck. He holds me close against him, and our kiss intensifies quickly. It's soft and sweet, but shifts to passionate and demanding. Caden's breath comes out ragged, and my breathing has changed now, too. It's shaky, almost as if this were the first time we've ever been together. Our tongues clash, and he releases a deep growl. Caden puts his hand on my ass and forces my hips down a bit more. We're both still fully clothed, but it doesn't mean I can't feel his hardness. Fuck, I want him. Grinding my pussy against his hard cock is all I can think about. As a matter of fact, it's all I want to do. I arch my back slightly and drag my lower region against his. He hisses, and Caden's eyes darken, telling me exactly what he wants, what we both want. Caden unbuckles his belt, unbuttons his jeans, pulls down the fly, and is quick to free his cock. At first, I don't notice the way he's digging in his pocket, but the second the blade of his knife glimmers in the light, it catches my attention. With widened eyes, I stare at him. "What are you gonna do with that?" I stutter. Caden chortles and brings the knife between us. Fear, unlike anything I've ever felt, rolls through me and cool air hits my pussy. He's dragging the knife along the seam of my leggings, and somehow he's managing not to slice up my cooter in the process. As he finishes up, he flips the sharp end into the handle and puts the knife back in his pocket. His cock grazes against the shredded thong I have underneath my leggings. Even though he cut a perfect line down the seam of my leggings, the same can't be said for my thong. Caden brings his hands to my thong and pulls both sides of the fabric until it rips. He dips his fingers between my lips and smirks as he feels the wetness. I'm so turned on right now by everything. The knife thing may have been a bit much at first, but I really dig it. He can cut my clothes off anytime. Caden slides his hands under my thighs and lifts me in the air like he's a bodybuilder. I gasp in surprise, and the same devilish smirk I've loved for years crosses his face. He lines his cock up at my entrance and lowers me onto him. I gnaw on my bottom lip as he fills me, and somehow I become the one who has control. I grind myself against him and roll my hips. Caden leans back against the couch and slides his hands under my shirt, forces them under my bra, and tweaks my nipples as I bounce on his cock. The combination of his dick filling me up and him teasing my nipples is almost too much. Then again, this man has always known how to pleasure me. Fuck, Caden. That's right. Keep riding my cock. He comments as he intensifies his grip on my nipples. The pain is mixed with pleasure, and I arch my back a bit more. Caden meets my movements, and his dick slides against my G-spot. Every time I lower myself back down on his cock. He takes a hand from underneath my thigh and rubs his thumb against my clit as I bounce on him. Caden, fuck. That feels so good. I stammer out, hardly able to form any words. That's right. Keep tightening that pussy of yours up around my cock. I want to coat your walls with my seed, baby. His words only serve to turn me on even more. Caden moves his thumb quicker against my clit, and sensitivity rolls through my body. With every movement, it's like his cock is getting bigger, which I know isn't accurate, but holy shit, I love the way he's making me feel. Fucking hell, Charlie. I can't hold back much longer if you keep doing this shit. Caden growls, and the way he's clenching his jaw shows me how close he is. Come inside me, I tell him and dip my face closer to his. My lips are barely touching his own, and I stare deeply into his dark mahogany eyes. I want you to flood my pussy, Caden. Give me everything you've got. I know my release will come soon. He's a damn good partner in the bedroom, and he'll make sure I have more than 5 orgasms tonight, at least. If he needs to get his rocks off first tonight, he's more than welcome to. Fuck, baby. He hisses and crushes his lips over mine. He grabs onto my hips, flips me down so my back is on the couch, and shoves his jeans down to his knees. He drills into me like I'm nothing but a common whore, and as he picks up the pace, my release comes rushing through me at the same time his does. I dig my nails into his skin, and his lips over mine are the only thing muffling my screams of pleasure. Caden continues driving himself inside me until we're soaking our couch. We still for a few moments, and he pulls his cock from my pussy. Caden goes down on his stomach and dives his tongue inside me, tasting our mixture, and moans. I'm not done with you yet, baby. So you best give me everything I want. He barely finishes speaking before his mouth is covering my pussy, and his tongue is inside me. God, this man will be the death of me, and what a way to go.
Chapter 27. Kinetic. 1 week later. I'm pulling up to the clubhouse, which should be exciting, but I'm not excited in the least bit. I had to drive my truck because the doc hasn't cleared me for riding yet. It's aggravating as hell, because the weather is still nice out, and soon I won't have a choice but to drive the truck. It's not exactly a smart decision to ride the bike when snow starts to fall. I could just be in a bad mood because I haven't been cleared. Though, it doesn't help Charlie had a fit before I left. She caught me sitting on my bike, about ready to leave. Charlie got her way, obviously. I got off my bike and promised to take the truck until the doc gave me the go-ahead. It's the first day I'm able to get to the clubhouse after getting out of the hospital. As much as I wanted to kill Rocky as soon as I could, my daughter has needed me more. My brothers understood my reasoning for waiting, and have even come over to spend time with Viviana. Falcon even gave her a Siberian Husky puppy, which she named Blue because of the eyes. He'd bred Ghost, his dog, with a breeder's female and asked for first pick. I knew about him doing it a while back, but I didn't think he was going to give the pup to my daughter. I don't think he intended to do it either. So now, there are 2 dogs that sleep in Vivi's bed. The only negative thing is he's a Husky, which means he'll be a hell of a breed to train. It's not impossible, but Huskies are a lot of work. I haven't told Vivi or Charlie yet, but I plan on having Vivi help me train Blue. I want her to know the commands, and I want him to know that even though she's a child, she's still his boss. Parking my truck, I hop out and head into the clubhouse, clearing my mind. I walk into the main room and find everyone already waiting for me, along with Hydra and Rock. "Hydra," I say, greeting him. "You doing okay?" Hydra asks, coming up to me to hug me. "How's Charlie?" "She's good," I nod, hugging him back. Hydra steps back, and I shake Rock's hand as I greet him. "Rock?" "Make the fucker pay for what he did," Rock grumbles and looks around the room. "All the members of the Oregon Charter that are a part of the bullshit Rocky pulled have been 86'd. Viking wanted to shut the whole charter down, but there are some good brothers still here. It wasn't easy to smooth things over, but it took me telling Viking to give the brothers here a chance. They can prove themselves to him that they're fit for being toxic warriors." Hydra grunts. "But it doesn't help Fawn's back in town, and the kid's been slightly distracted." "Fawn? You mean Sabotage's daughter?" I ask, remembering the blonde-haired girl who always went with her dad everywhere. Last time I saw her had to be maybe 15 or so years ago. "Yeah, she's back, and Viking's claiming what's his." Hydra chuckles, shaking his head. I quirk a brow as Rock joins him. "Do I even want to know?" I ask, ignoring the twinge of pain as I cross my arms. The doctors have told me not to push it, but if you ask me, I need to be pushing past the pain. "Nah, it's a long story, and we've got shit to get done," Hydra says as he stops laughing. "Right, let's get to it." Falcon finally speaks up as he joins us. Nodding, I follow my Prez, Hydra, and Rock outside into the pit behind the clubhouse. It's pretty much an underground bunker we turned into a place to take men like Rocky. Stepping into the room, I zone in on the bastard already hanging in the middle of the room with his hands chained to the beams on either side of him. Rocky lifts his head, his eyes coming straight to me. "Finally decided to grace me with your presence, I see." He snickers and glances over to Hydra and Rock. "And you brought Bastard 1 and 2. Rocky wiggles his eyebrows, surely trying to piss us off even more. If I were him, I'd be keeping my stupid mouth shut. He has it bad enough as it is. Hydra steps forward and slams his fist into Rocky's face. "Call me bastard all you want, fucker,
but I'm not a piece of shit like you. Rocky cackles and looks at Hydra. Go fuck yourself. If you think it's just me sick of y'all's shit, you're dead wrong. Viking's in for a rude awakening. Hydra narrows his gaze and steps back. Rock, strip him of his cut, Hydra orders and looks at me. Have your fun. Once Rock finishes, we're out of here. Nodding, I wait with the rest of my brothers as Rock removes Rocky's patches. When he's finished, they leave the pit without a word. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's get this shit done, Falcon says in a tone of authority and looks at me. What are you thinking? Knives? Fire? Acid? Strip his shirt from him first. And knives. I want knives, I growl, heading over to the workbench off to the side of the room where I've set up all of my tools for torture. Bones removes his shirt as I pull out 5 knives and hand them out. Falcon goes first, stepping forward and plunging the blade into Rocky's gut. This is for Bowser and Amelia. Hawk follows suit, stabbing the fucker, repeating Falcon's words. One by one, each of my brothers take their turn sinking a knife into him. When it's my turn, I step directly in front of Rocky and meet his gaze. I thrust the blade in his sternum and twist. For what you did to Bowser, Amelia, my old lady, and fucking daughter. I use the same knife to cut into his eye sockets. The bastard screams and thrashes, but it's no use. He looked at my daughter in a way no man should, and I have no problem taking his eyes before I end his life. Blood coats my hands and drips down his face, but I couldn't care less. I pull my knife back, and Rocky begins to breathe a little easier. What a joke. Doesn't he realize I'm giving myself a break? Fucker must think I'm done with him. I toss the knife on the workbench and grab my butane torch. Flicking it on, I adjust the flame and walk behind Rocky. I burn the Toxic Warrior's MC tattoo from his body. Once that's completely blacked out, I move to face him once again. Lifting the torch, I press it to his face, burning his face from his cheek up to the bloody sockets where his eyes used to be. Rocky's screams are music in my ears as he slowly dies at my hands. The moment he expels his last breath, I turn the torch off and turn to face my brothers. I still think he died too quickly. Brother, you know it wasn't going to take forever for him to draw his last breath. Hawk chuckles. Yeah, now we all need fucking showers to get his stench off us, Raja mutters, nodding to Rocky. Swear he shit himself before we even finished with the knives. I know he pissed himself, Horseman grumbles, taking the blowtorch from my hands. Let Bones, Raja, and me take care of the body. I nod in agreement, more than ready to get out of here, shower, and go find my girls. With Rocky finally dead, I can breathe a little easier. Amelia's death has been vindicated. She can now rest in peace. Charlie and Viviana won't have to worry about the asshole ever coming near them. I meant what I told them. I'll do anything to make sure they're safe. It doesn't matter if it's taking a life or losing my own in the process.
Epilogue. Charlie. 5 months later. Where in the world are we going? I ask Caden, who seems very suspicious to me. He's acted weird all day, and I can't figure out what's going on. It's the first week in February, and we just had a crazy blizzard come through. Vivi won't have school for another week, and we've barely left the house. Thank goodness for canned soup and frozen food. Caden's driving down our lane, but he made a sharp right a few minutes ago. We're just driving on the snow at this point. Hell, he bought some really fancy off-road tires before the first snow came, and I thought he was paying a lot for them. Now I think they're definitely worth the money. As he keeps driving, I start to recognize where I am. Things look so much different than they did all those years back, but I see the rusted chains and I know exactly where he's brought me. We're at the ballpark, the same one we'd sneak out to when we were teenagers. It hasn't been used in years, and now it's simply something else on Caden's grandfather's property. But for us, this place has so many memories, good and bad ones. I didn't think we were heading out here, I mutter, staring at the tall pine trees with snow hanging off the limbs.
Where did you think we were going?
Caden asks as he turns his head toward me. I shrug. I'm not sure. I didn't recognize the path or anything, but how could I, you know? The snow's covering everything. Hell, Coda and Blue are loving it, though. Blue's outside in the snow every day for multiple hours a day. Coda, on the other hand, comes whining at the door when the snow gets in between his toes. Blue couldn't care less.
You probably wouldn't have noticed it regardless. We came up through the other side. You see that old metal bench unit? Usually we'd drive up on the right of that.
I look to where Caden is pointing and realize he's right. We've never come up this way before. I still don't know why you've brought me out here, Caden, I tell him, and my nerves pull my stomach into tight knots. I don't even know why I'm so nervous, but I am. It's not like he's breaking up with me or anything. The two of us have really secured our relationship, and my divorce has been finalized for 2 months. Mark had tried to make it a big deal, pleaded with his lawyer for us to reconnect and some other bullshit. I don't think he wanted me back in the first place. If I'm being honest with myself, the only thing he wanted was to try and get out of our marriage with as little money being taken from him as possible. I get it, and I didn't demand anything from him. No alimony, we split our debt 50-50, and he, of course, doesn't have to pay child support or anything like it. For about a week, he tried to get some sort of special visitation with Viviana, but he made the unfortunate mistake of flying out to Portland to pay us a visit, as he called it. He didn't expect Caden to be there or the fact an entire biker club would back us up. Caden took Mark off to the side and let him know really quickly that he wasn't wanted or needed in Viviana's life, especially with the way he treated me. Caden didn't admit that he threatened him, but I'm not an idiot. I'm sure he did, because Mark's tune changed almost instantly when it came to the divorce. What was suddenly hard to see any progress on became increasingly easier.
Open the glove box.
Caden directs me, and I do. I pull the handle and open the glove box, seeing nothing but a red box with a gold border. I swallow and look back at Caden.
Go on. Take it out.
I think I know what's happening right now, but I'm not too sure. I grab the red box and shut the glove box, then look back at Caden. What the hell is this?
You don't already know?
Caden shakes his head and cackles at me while he takes the box from my hand. He pushes his seat back a bit and looks around the truck. I guess he didn't anticipate he'd be doing this in here. He tries to get down on one knee, but I grab onto his hand. You don't need to kneel.
I want to, baby. Wasn't exactly planning on this storm to come in and fuck up my perfect proposal.
Holy fuck, it is happening. This is really happening. Caden opens the box, and there's a light that shines down on the ring. It's not massive, but it's not small either. It's a perfect square cut, and there are diamonds going down the side of the band as well. It's perfectly simple, and I love it. Caden clears his throat, and I stare right at him.
I bought this ring for you before I left for basic, and I held on to it throughout the years. I wasn't sure why I did, but part of me thinks I always knew we'd find our way back to each other. Now we have, and I can fully say I'm happier than I've ever been. Charlie Bales, I can't imagine going through life without you as my wife. So I'm asking you here and now, if you'll marry me.
Caden Kelly, of course I'll fucking marry you. I throw my arms around Caden and press my lips over his. He fumbles with the box and slides the ring over my ring finger. We kiss each other over and over again. It's raw and demanding, but exactly what I want. I love you so much, I tell him with tears in my eyes.
Good, baby, 'cause I love you too.
Caden murmurs against my lips. This is it. This is the start of my happily ever after. This concludes Kinetic by Elizabeth Knox and E.C. Land, narrated by Lori West and Christian Black. Copyright 2021 by Elizabeth Knox and E.C. Land. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Knox, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.